Here it is. Here we go. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. Here we go. Here I am. Here I go. Hope you're there and coming along. The session has commenced and your company is required. That thing that happens twice a day. The second installment of the day. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster, never freedom. Is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is, the holy, holy song from the farmyard singers from the eastern part of Nigeria. So holy, holy, as guys, I bring you this. Ganduje 2023 Ganduje speaks on Tinubu being an experimental president. So, quite what an experimental president is and how Tinubu is one, we'll find that out shortly. So, a curious expression, an experimental president, and how does that apply to Tinubu? Quite mysterious. Ganduje speaks on 2023. Ganduje speaks on Tinubu being an experimental president. So quite what that means, we'll find out shortly. And this is now the headline. After realizing Akpabio forged primaries result, APC chairman Adamu pulls out of suit to compel electoral body Inec to publish Akwa Ibom ex-governor's name as senatorial candidate. So there it is right there. So I'm not sure what sort of thing we are practicing in Nigeria, but it has no semblance to anything that purports to be a democracy. So this is just some car-handed, hips my jowl from the Sahel bitter nonsense. After realizing Akpabio forged primaries result, APC chairman Adamu pulls out of suit to compel electoral body Inec to publish Akwa Ibom governor's name as senatorial candidate. So I may well have misread that headline with the title that I've put up. So we see what the headline says, the body of the story says, and I might well have to change the title of the piece. Buhari welcomes birthing of first ship at Lekki deep sea port. So a bit of good news at last coming out of the Nigerian space. Nothing, of course, to do with Malam Buhari. Absolutely, categorically not a single thing. This was a project that's part Tinubu and part Dangote. So this project ongoing long before Buhari came into being, and he had no participation in it. The only contribution, of course, that is made is not to stop it or to put obstacles in his way, which is what he traditionally does to try and impede progress in the south. Buhari welcomes birthing of first ship at Lekki deep sea port. So a bit of good news, and these are the landmark things that are going to transform Nigeria. So the birthing of that deep sea port, it then gives the Nigerian economy the market to all of the sub-African regions within that space, because all the heavy goods now will necessarily come into that deep sea port, because nobody along that coastal line has a deep sea port. So goods intended for Cameroon, for Benin, for Cotonou, for Ghana, etc., they birth first in Nigeria, and then they are put onto either a smaller ship or by road to their final destination. So that deep sea port, if it's managed properly, a real cash cow for the Nigerian space. And when Dangote's refinery, if ever it comes on stream, and then we open up the seaports in the southern part, then you see suddenly then why some people are still hopeful that there's a future for Nigeria. But who points to that future? 2023, nothing wrong with Muslim ticket. Omokri breaking ranks and going beyond party in this instance. But I wonder if there's some sort of spice that will put to this, because of course the Muslim ticket speaks to the APC politics. 2023, nothing wrong with Muslim ticket. Renaud Omokri. So quite what Renaud is playing at, we'll find out shortly. 6 PDP governors move against presidential candidate Atiku may sabotage party's chances. So Atiku is not the popular choice of that party, certainly not. A lot of people feel aggrieved. Some the southerners that power must transit to the southerners, and that rotation system that they have within the PDP, and the fact that Atiku has tried so many times and has failed, and the last time that he failed, he ran off to Dubai to go and be chilling out with his Arab friends, only to come back and pick up that ticket. So a lot of people quite aggrieved by that. 6 PDP governors move against presidential candidate Atiku may sabotage party's chances in 2023. So quite what that means and what is in play, we'll find out shortly. So, of course, we try to escape the Peter Obi space, but there's no escaping it. 2023, why youth need to question Peter Obi's presidential bid. Aisha Yesufu speaking. So she has been somewhat critical of the Obi space now, not out of any any spite or malice, of course, because she is even more critical of Atiku and even more so Tinubu. So why should she not be critical of Obi? Because everybody has to be interrogated, you see, if they are seeking to lead the nation and have our destinies in their hand. And she queries 2023, why youth need to question Peter Obi's presidential bid, Aisha Yesufu. So quite why she's saying that we'll find out shortly. So a rich and diverse menu, so plenty to chew. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol as you're coming in, click on the like button. And if you are not already subscribed, correct that as well, because we're pushing that hard. If you come here with any regularity, whether you find it offensive or not, if it's part of your life, and I know a lot of you, it is part of your life what we do here. So if it's part of your life, then the least contribution you can make to it is to click on that like button. And then if you want to come join me on the screen, especially if you're a new voice, we're happy and willing to entertain new voices. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and come into the studio space. As soon as I finish reading out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen. So that is how it works. An interactive session, open microphone, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So all of that and everything, let's come in rather via the K guys.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wailati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Pardon me. And there it is right there. Iku koneru agweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So powerful prayer by the K guys. So this one somewhat of a curiosity. This, oh goodness me, what have I clicked on? So this one somewhat of a hold on, something just popped up on my screen. So this one somewhat of a curiosity. This one, Ganduje speaks on Tinubu being an experimental president. So what does this mean? The governor of Kano State, Abdullahi Ganduje, on Saturday said that the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, is not an experimental president, given his dexterity and strong routine in politics and administration in the Nigerian project. So there it is right there. He's not an experimental president. So by saying that, of course, you know where he's pointing the finger, of course. So if he's claiming that Tinubu is not a novice, then who on the field is exactly the novice? Is really, so this is this is what they call a double entendre. This is a double entendre in third meaning. The governor of Kano State, Abdullahi Ganduje, on Saturday said that the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, is not an experimental president, given his dexterity and strong rooting in politics and administration in the Nigerian project. Governor Ganduje made the assertion when he received an award from the National Coalition of Tinubu Support Groups Worldwide, the National Directorate, comprising Nigeria, United States, United Kingdom, Canada, Ireland, Germany, South Africa, Saudi Arabia, Brazil, Oman, and the United Arab Emirates chapter for his leading role in Tinubu's victory at the party's primary election. Speaking at the occasion, the governor's pardon me. Speaking at the occasion, the governor said that given his outstanding performance as Lagos State Governor, where he formed a formidable team made up of people from different parts of the country that transformed the state to the strongest economy in the sub-region, Asiwaju's presidency could best manage our diversity. He pointed out that Asiwaju's emergence at the primary election gave hope and encouragement that the party was set to win the 2023 election. He, however, expressed appreciation for the recognition by the coalition and promised to work harder for the success of Asiwaju's presidential candidature in the 2023 general elections. The convener and global director general of the coalition, Dr. Doyi Johnson, earlier in his address, has said the award was presented to him as a way of saying thank you for the strategic role he played in the actualization of Asiwaju's presidency. So Asiwaju or Bola Tinubu, to give him his real name, is not a president. So for the strategic role he played, but that would be he is playing, because unless they are telling us something we don't already know, we know that elections is never about the ballot in Nigeria, but are they somewhat giving something away there? The convener and global director general of the coalition, Dr. Doyi Johnson, earlier in his address had said the award was presented to him as a way of saying thank you for the strategic role he played in the actualization of Asiwaju presidency. He charged the governor to continue to use his intellectual capacity and strong mobilization prowess to ensure the success of the APC presidential candidate at the polls. Correspondingly, the Imo State Governor, Hope Uzodinma, who was part of the delegation, urged the governor, whom he described as a man of honor, that is Ganduje, by the way, a man of honor. So I'll bring you the clip. I think I'm going to have to look for that clip of Ganduje. Let me just hold on. I must do this because that irritated me somewhat. Let me see. Hold on. Because we have to know what constitutes a man of honor within the Nigerian understanding. So let's just let's be clear on what we're talking about. So hold on, let me just do this quickly and I'll get back to that, please. A man of honor, Abdullahi Ganduje. So we'll see what a man of honor. Well, but then of course we have to look at the person calling him a man of honor. Hope Uzodinma, of course, not from number 4 to number 1. So honor amongst thieves is essentially what is being spoken of there. So I'm just trying to do something because that man of honor that he called Ganduje, it irritated me somewhat. So we must now see what a man of honor looks like within the Nigerian space. So let me just let me pop this into the studio and then I'll get back to the reading. It's a man of honor, Abdullahi Ganduje, Lobaton, a man of honor. And integrity, they forgot the integrity, a man of honor and integrity. So we play this after the end of the readout. So let me just pop that in there. So let me get back to it. Correspondingly, the Imo State Governor, Hope Uzodinma, who was part of the delegation, urged the governor, whom he described as a man of honor, to further map out strategies for winning the secondary election in 2023. So there it is right there. So the outtake from that really is essentially that Tinubu not being an experimental president. So Tinubu not being an experimental president then begs the question, because he would not use that that term just out of the blues. So, or out of the blue. So he would not use that term out of the blue. So if he considers that Tinubu is not an experimental president, but then by implication, he must consider that somebody is an experimental president. I wonder if he means Atiku, but I doubt if he does. After realizing Akpabio forged primaries results, APC chairman Adamu pulls out of suit to compel electoral body Inec to publish Akwa Ibom ex-governor's name as senatorial candidate. The national chairman of the All Progressives Congress APC, Adamu Abdullahi, has withdrawn from a suit filed against the Independent National Electoral Commission over the exclusion of former Senate Minority Leader Godswill Akpabio as the party's candidate in Akwa Ibom Northwest Senatorial District. Correspondents learned that Akpabio had filed a case at a federal high court, Abuja, against Inec for excluding his name from the list of candidates for the 2023 general elections. Adamu, who was said to be a party in the case, withdrew on Monday after he realized documents allegedly presented by the former minister were forged. Trouble started when words got to Senator Adamu Abdullahi that the documents filed in court were forged and that the chairman was in for an embarrassment of monumental proportion that will expose both the national chairman and the party to ridicule. The moment the APC national chairman was drawn to the fact that Akpabio has once more approached the court with forged documents in a so-called enforcement suit, the party had to withdraw from the suit filed on Friday last week. I can tell you authoritatively that Akpabio is on his own with the suit. He has caused. So I have to reread this. I just don't like the way it's sounding. Let me just take it from the top again. The national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Adamu Abdullahi, has withdrawn from a suit filed against the Independent National Electoral Commission over the exclusion of former Senate Minority Leader Godswill Akpabio as the party's candidate in Akwa Ibom Northwest Senatorial District. Correspondents learned that Akpabio had filed a case at a federal high court in Abuja against Inec for excluding his name from the list of candidates for the 2023 general elections. Adamu, who was said to be a party in the case, withdrew on Monday after he realized documents allegedly presented by the former minister were forged. Trouble started when words got to Senator Adamu Abdullahi that the documents filed in court were forged and that the chairman was in for an embarrassment of monumental proportion that will expose both the national chairman and the party to ridicule. The moment the APC national chairman was drawn to the fact that Akpabio has once more approached the court with forged documents in his so-called enforcement suit, the party had to withdraw from the suit filed on Friday last week. I can tell you authoritatively that Akpabio is on his own with the suit. He has caused more than enough damage to the APC in Akwa Ibom State, and we can't aid him to wreak more havoc than he has already done, a source in the party alleged. Resident Electoral Commissioner of Inec in Akwa Ibom State, Mr. Mike Igini, earlier said the commission would not recognize Akpabio as the party's candidate for the senatorial district. Speaking on This Morning Show and Arise TV News and Current Affairs breakfast program on Monday, Igini said it is the height of irresponsibility for the former minister to fraudulently claim he emerged through a rerun election, my goodness me, we're in trouble. Let me just reread that paragraph. It's the last sentence that made me chuckle, so hopefully it makes you chuckle too. Speaking on the morning show and Arise TV News and Current Affairs breakfast program on Monday, Igini said it is the height of irresponsibility for the former minister to fraudulently claim he emerged through a rerun election conducted by himself for himself in which he won. So this is the basis of the lawsuit that Akpabio is filing in court. That forget the primaries that the party ran. He's run a primary for himself by himself, which he won, and therefore INEC must accept that. It's unbelievable. According to him, it is a shame that Akpabio can parade himself as a senatorial candidate in an election that was successfully conducted and concluded on May the 27th, 2022, where one Udom Akpodam emerged. Igini accused the former Senate minority leader of taking his impunity a step further by tagging his illegality as a rerun. Look, we are election managers. We know the meaning of rerun. A rerun election presupposes a previous election. And in a rerun election, the Supreme Court is very clear. It can only take place amongst those who were a part of the first exercise, and Akpabio was never part of the exercise, but at all material times, a presidential aspirant is stated. He also clarified that in spite of Akpabio's boasting that he has INEC in Abuja in his pocket and can therefore unilaterally substitute candidates as he pleases, the Commission recognizes only candidates who emerged from primaries. It monitored on the crisis engulfing the state chapter of the APC, which has resulted in the emergence of two factions. Igini said that based on the outcome of the APC State Congress held on October the 16th, 2021, INEC recognizes Austin Ekenem as the authentic chairman of the party, who won with 1,278 votes, whilst the candidate backed by the former minister scored 6. He alleged that Akpabio forged the original results and altered the result so that the candidate who scored 6 later scored 1,006, whilst that of Akanem was falsified to read 278 instead of 1,278. And with the forged document, the criminality was taken to court. Pardon me, bear with me one moment. Let me pause for a moment. I'm just going to come off the screen. All right. So where was I? Yes. Also, let me let me take it from the topmost paragraph again. In the crisis engulfing the state, okay, yeah, he alleged that Akpabio forged the original result and altered the result so that the candidate who scored 006 later scored 1,006, while that of Akanem was falsified to read 278 instead of 1,278. And with this forged document, the criminality was taken to court, where they fraudulently got a judgment that I'm not going to attempt his name, won the election. The Inec boss noted that though the process of conducting the primary or congress of political parties is the exclusive right of the parties, its duty is only to monitor and write a report, but that the report of the commission has consequences if due process was not followed. Our report can be very decisive. It cannot be ignored. He warned. The INEC REC noted that the INEC REC noted with dismay that despite a court of appeal order, a stay of execution, the APC national chairman went ahead to swear in, I won't attempt his name, as state chairman in flagrant disregard of the court order. He declared that as far as INEC is concerned, the APC did not conduct any governorship primary in Akwa Ibom, and to date, neither Akpabio nor his faction has been able to name the Abuja Inec officials who monitored the illegal midnight primary that allegedly produced Akan Okom as Akwa Ibom APC candidate. So there it is right there. That is, it's just simply a case of old politics meets new politics. Old politics meets new politics. So this is how Akpabio has traditionally done it, and this is how he understands it to be done. But I don't think he has quite read both the mood of the country and the new electoral laws that are now in place, which is looking to strengthen the democracy and abandon the ways that are his ways. So this is a departure from our politics, but is it good news? Buhari welcomes birthing of first ship at Lekki deep sea port. So there it is right there. Is this good news? President Muhammad Buhari has congratulated the Federal Ministry of Transportation, the Nigerian Ports Authority, and all stakeholders in the maritime industry on the successful berthing of the first ship at Lekki Deep Sea Port. The vessel, Zen Hu 28, delivered 3 ship to shore STS and 10 rubber tire gantries, cranes that will help in the evacuation of cargoes from vessels to the shore. The president, in a statement by his media aide Femi Adesina on Saturday, recalled that his approval of 4 new seaports in the country, including the Lekki Deep Sea Port, was hinged on growing the economy, creating mass job opportunities, foreign investment inflow, and trade facilitation. He commended the staff and management in the nation's maritime sector who are working round the clock to make the operationalization of Lekki Deep Sea Port before the end of the year a reality, reassuring them of its commitment to sustain investment in the new assets. The statement added that President Buhari recognized that the nation's maritime and aquatic resources are critical to the livelihood of Nigerians, and government will spare no effort in successfully harnessing the potential of the sector. So there it is right there, the biggest deep sea port, I think, in Africa. So there it is, operational. Nothing to do with Buhari, of course, but nevertheless, in spite of Buhari, the country is moving forward. But is it moving forward in this direction? Nothing wrong with Muslim ticket. Renaud Omokri, a pastor, saying this. Former presidential aide Renaud Omokri has stated former hold on. Former presidential aide Renaud Omokri has stated that there is nothing wrong with the Muslim presidential ticket. There have been speculations that the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Bola Tinubu, may pick a Muslim as his running mate ahead of the 2023 general elections. The political activist said if the Muslim ticket is credible, the political activist said if the Muslim ticket is credible people, he does not have an issue with it. Omokri further stated that he is not against the ruling party's plan to fill the ticket. He, however, said the former governor of Lagos State is not credible, adding that we should focus on credibility and not religion. Omokri tweeted, I said this before and I'll say it again. There is nothing wrong with a Muslim ticket if it is a good ticket of credible people. I am against the APC, not because of that plan, but because Tinubu is not credible. Let's focus on credibility, not religiosity. So there is credibility, not religiosity. And there it is right there. And there's a lot to unpack from that, and there's a lot of sense in that. Because I don't really understand this fixation with religion. People happy known about Muslim. What has Muslim? Well, I mean, the classic example is Yemi Oshibanjo. He's a pastor. What has he brought to anything? What has he done for Christendom in Nigeria? How has he prevented anything from It's just a nonsense. We'd rather a credible team that can perform than some religious jingoism and jumping up and down. And I think Tinubu will go for that Muslim ticket. And if heaven falls, let it fall. Six PDP governors move against presidential candidate Atiku. Six PDP governors move against presidential candidate Atiku may sabotage party's chances in 2023. The crisis rocking the People's Democratic Party (PDP) appears far from over ahead of the constitution of the campaign organization of its presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar. The festering crisis, which assumed a new dimension last month, following the announcement of Delta State Governor Ifeanyi Okowa as the running mate to Atiku, started a few weeks after Iyorchia Ayu was elected national chairman of the PDP. According to correspondents, sources said that the widening gulf has now pitted six PDP governors, predominantly from the south, against Atiku's presidential bid. And by the way, I will show you a photograph that will add to this conspiracy. I'll show you a photograph in a moment. The sources listed some of the governors as Yemsen Wike, of course. That doesn't come as a surprise. So Yemsen Wike, Samuel Otom of Benue State, so he will be a mole on the inside. Nobody should ever trust Samuel Otom. Ifeanyi, something or the other of Enugu, Seyi Makinde of Oyo State, Ishaka Darius of Taraba, and Okozie of Okozie Ipazu of Abia State as governors unwilling to support Atiku's bid, confirming the bad blood in the ranks and file of the party. Otom had, during the week, said he might not work for the actualization of Atiku's presidential bid. The governor had said, all that was needed even before the pronouncement, after we did our recommendation, Wike would have been reached out to. He is a human being. This is a man who has built the party today in PDP. He has fought all night and all day to see that this party remains together. So he would have been reached out to say that this is the decision we are taking, and this is the reason we are taking this decision. And I think he would have understood. According to the PDP source, trouble started when Ayu was elected national chairman of the PDP. The source said leaders of the party had agreed to zone the chairmanship of the PDP to the north, whilst the south, like the All Progressives Congress APC, would produce the presidential candidate. He said as soon as Ayu assumed office, he jettisoned the arrangement he inherited and started working for the emergence of Atiku, who is seen as his close political ally, to emerge as the candidate. The source, who did not want to be named, said that despite attempts by governors and other leaders of the party to prevail on Ayu to respect the agreement that he inherited, the former Senate president remained adamant. When it was obvious that Ayu wasn't ready to listen and zone the presidential tickets to the south, governors and other leaders decided to leave the contest open, but they agreed to support a southern aspirant. But people like Okowa, Godwin Obaseki of Edo, and others, especially from the South-South, started working to ensure that a northern candidate emerged, he narrated. Revealing further, the source said when Wike lost the primary election to Atiku, party leaders agreed that it would be best to pick him as the running mate to Atiku. He revealed that the aforementioned governors met with Wike and other leaders to pick. He revealed that the aforementioned governors met with Atiku and other leaders to pick Wike as a popular choice, but were ignored by Ayu and Atiku, who are believed to be micromanaged by some powerful northern leaders. Unable to have their way, He said the 6 governors decided not to play any active role during the presidential campaign of Atiku. He said though they may not defect to the APC, they are likely to sabotage the chances of the PDP from within. The governors can't and won't defect. They understand that clearly. If they defect now, their candidates can't win elections. Some of them are gunning for a second term, but they'll sabotage Atiku the same way PDP governors sabotaged Goodluck Jonathan in 2015. If you recall, many governors of the PDP, especially from the north, worked for the emergence of Buhari. They didn't leave the PDP, but they sabotaged it from within. That is what may play out in the case of Atiku. So everything seems to be conspiring against Atiku, of course, and there it is right there. So here now the final readout. 2023, 2023, why youth need to question Peter Obi's presidential bid. So this is Aisha Yesufu, political activist and co-convener of Bring Back Our Girls. Aisha Yesufu on Saturday charged Nigerian youth to organize genuine conversations with the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, LP Peter Obi, on his presidential bid. Correspondents understand that a lot of Nigerians, especially the youth, appeared to have shown keen interest in the candidacy and ability of Obi to pull the country back from the brink. Obi, who has always condemned the extravagant tendencies of both the past and current administrations, lamented the existential problems in the country, saying Nigeria must be transformed from consumption to a production company. Against that backdrop, Aisha took to her Twitter page in a series of tweets. Against that backdrop, Aisha, who took to her Twitter page in a series of tweets, spoke in the context of wobbling consequential errors evident in the President Buhari-led administration, asking the youth to stop making mere assumptions about the Labour Party candidate. According to her, town hall meetings with the former Anambra State governor would further avail Nigerians the opportunity to interrogate his candidacy and plans for the country. The tweet reads, "Time for the Nigerian youths and women to meet with Peter Obi and lock things down. What will his government look like if he wins? What percentage will be for the youth? What percentage will be for the women? With competence top, is Peter Obi going to have an inclusive government where every component person, whether young man or woman, has a chance? Or is it a government of we joined political party since 1999? Don't make assumptions. Have town hall meetings with Peter Obi and lock them down." So there she is now, and this somewhat speaks to just hints at something that we have always said on this platform as well, with the Peter Obi narrative. It's just a simple question: where is the substance? Where is it? So where is the substance? Where is it? Should I bring you this one? I wonder. It looks as though Atiku might be under pressure to get rid of Okowa. So let's just see. Let me just bring you this quickly, and then I'll come into the room to see because the headline just caught my eye. 2023, despite calls for replacement, Atiku vows to stick with Okowa. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, has reiterated his decision to stick with Delta State Governor Ifeanyi Okowa, despite pressure to replace him. Correspondents gathered in Abuja on Saturday that 13 governors and loyalists of the PDP are reaching out to Atiku to doubt the tension. While some are asking for Okowa to be replaced, others are demanding a reconciliation, which would make Atiku reach out to Rivers State Governor Yemtsin Wike. However, Atiku, in a tweet on his verified also. So there is some authenticity to it. Then, if it's although we've seen a tweet on his verified Twitter page before, and then he's pulled that back to blame it on a functionary. However, Atiku in a tweet on his verified Twitter handle at Atiku on Saturday, getting this country back on track will require all hands on deck. And I am excited to go on this journey with my vice presidential candidate, His Excellency Dr. Okowa. Let's come together as one towards a brighter future for all and one Nigeria. He subsequently attached a video of Okowa addressing Nigerians. In the video, he subsequently attached a video of Okowa addressing Nigerians. In the video, Okowa described himself as an incurable optimist, ready to work towards the insecurity plaguing the country. Okowa said, "For me, being on the ticket with Atiku Abubakar, the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, is an opportunity to play a role in resetting the trajectory of Nigeria back to the path of growth, peace, and prosperity." So there it is right there. And there it is right there. So there it is right there. And here they are right here. So Abubakar, I see you. Ajanle Koko, I see you. Moses, I see you. And who else do I see? All right. So it's you, gentlemen. So good to have you all. Let me play you this clip first, just for the amusement of it. This is Ganduje, who they describe as an honorable man. And there it is right there, an honorable man. So that is that. It's unbelievable. Ajale Koko is this is where we are, and this is who we are, and that is they are promoting him quite aggressively to be the running mate for Tinubu. Can you imagine that? You know, who wear the biggest agbada, because if Tinubu is stuffing 10 billion, he's stuffing his own. Wow, you know. Anyway, we're in trouble. I saw a clip. There's something I'm going to be posting tomorrow, where Atiku was being interviewed. This is going back to 2019 about the corruption in Nigeria, and his idea of fighting the corruption is that he will get hold of the corrupt people and ask them to give half the money back. So this is just I don't know, man. That country is effed up.
How would he be able to do that? Then we challenge him at the court. This is a
No,
democracy.
no. It's either they continue to chase them up, and because that's the practice anyway in the corruption in Nigeria. So they still like if they steal about $3 to $5 billion, they will bury you in court till the end of time. So you have to just negotiate what you can get back from them. You know, you're not going to chase them with law. You know, you're not going to imprison them. Somebody that has that, so they will steal that much, knowing that they'll give some back, but then they have enough to fight it. So this is what they do. They steal enough to insulate themselves, essentially. But Ajale Koko, let's stay with you since we have you up already. Ganduje speaks on Tinubu being an experimental president. So quite what an experimental president is, I think he was throwing acerbic remarks in the direction of Peter Obi. But what are you then making of Ganduje just championing his man?
Did he explain what experimental president means?
Yes, he said it in the first paragraph. So let me just give you that first paragraph again. Ganduje made the assertion, the governor of Kano State, Abdullahi Ganduje, on Saturday said that the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, is not an experimental president, given his dexterity and strong routine in politics and administration in the Nigerian project. So he essentially saying that he's long and deep within the Nigerian political space, and that then makes him ready that makes him ready to hit the ground running. So that's the reading of that.
Well, let me first of all call on our listeners around the world to please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you have not done so. It is time for politics. So what is simply doing there is to market the candidate of the party, to sell him to Nigerians that yes, he's an experienced man, he's an achiever. As a former governor of Lagos State, you know, every member of every party will say good thing about their candidate. So that is what he's saying, and there's nothing wrong in that. It is normal. It's normal.
Do you not feel that, because I had the sense that he was pointing that remark both to praise his own candidates, but then to highlight other candidates that he may feel are not up to par? Or am I reading too much into that?
No, I think you are right. He's comparing Tinubu with others, that Tinubu is more ready than candidate of other party, and is telling the country that is the right man for the job at the moment, is the man that is have the capacity, a man that is with vast experience in politics and the management of resources, that we hit the ground running from day one in office. But the truth of the matter is that Tinubu have never been around the corridor of power at the national level, particularly presidency. There is no way that he will assume office that he won't be on the job training for some weeks or months before he will get stabilized and then take full control. He's just trying to market him, but that is not true. Tinubu cannot hit the ground running from day one. The only person that will have been no other candidate among all of them except Atiku. Atiku could do it because he has been there before. And Oshibajo would have been another candidate that would have been in such, battle ready as well to hit the ground running from day one, because it's been there for almost 8 years now, but unfortunately it's not the candidate of the party. So I will say that Atiku is, by my own assessment, I think because he was vice president, he knows how that place is structured. He knows how things work in the presidency. So Atiku is, I think, is more ready than Tinubu. So, but Ganduje is doing what he got to do as a member of the party, and Tinubu being his leader, he has to market him to Nigerians as the best candidate.
All right, let's take this. Let's take this, as news, Sergeant Lekoko, because this rare. They say we don't bring good news about Nigeria, but for me, this is good news. Buhari welcomes birthing of first ship at Lekki Deep Sea Port. So this deep sea port is certainly the first and the biggest in the West African sub-coast, and probably the biggest in Africa in terms of us being, I'm not sure what the Egyptians have, but I suspect the biggest in Africa. But what are you making of this development? Because there's some game changer landmark projects that are coming to completion in Nigeria that could pivot the economy of that country and shoot it up to the world stage. So this deep sea port, of course, it will serve both the Nigerian space, and every heavy good now will just point internationally to that deep sea port, only then for them to then sub-ferry it to other satellite African countries. This is good news for Nigeria. I will suggest that, Jan Lekoko.
Oh yes, that is that's an economic that we add an economic value to our economy because we have Tinkan land, we have wharf, and this particular one again is an added advantage to the infrastructure that we have on the ground. And when you build, the more port facility you have, it shows to the world that you are ready for
business.
You are ready for business, and your economy is. It shows that our economy is doing good. It shows that our economy is an economy that is open to the world. And those those infrastructure is some of those infrastructure that can attract international investors, particularly bringing goods and other things to Nigeria. What we don't know in that report, I don't know if you have details about it. Is it bigger than Papa Wolf? Is it bigger than Tinkerland Land? Does it have? I believe it should have more facilities, more than.
It has more facilities.
Yeah.
The ship that birthed is not actually a cargo ship. It's more a ship delivering things that they would need for that seaport. So that is what that ship delivered. So yeah, it's a ship. It's delivered 3 ship to shore. So ship to shore is essentially those wrenches that they use to reach from the shore to pull things out of the ships and then land it wherever they are landing it. And 10 rubber tire gantries, so gantry cranes. So essentially what they would need for the evacuation of cargoes from vessels. So this is what's been delivered. But this deep sea port is better by far than Tinkan Island, because the deeper the seaport is, the bigger and wider the ships that can come in. So all those juggernaut Chinese ships that cannot berth in so many of the ports globally, they are able to come to spaces like that. So with those huge ships, they can carry all the cargoes for the West Africa sub-region, deliver it to Lekki seaport, and then from that Lekki seaport, they will wrench it from the juggernaut ships into smaller ships to then ferry them to all these sub-African countries, sub-West African countries. So this, I think, is how that would work out.
Yeah, that's I think that would be another way of generating revenue for our economy, because it looks to me that it's going to be like a transit point between other parts of the world to via Nigeria to other West African countries. So if, as you describe it, it's a bigger port with, modern facilities, and they can, facilitate, it can facilitate transmission of goods between, other parts of the world to via Nigeria to other parts. I think that would be a revenue generating avenue for Nigeria. So if it is well managed by Nigeria, it will generate a lot of revenue for us that we can use, to develop our economic better than what we have today. But the disadvantageous aspect of it is that it's unfortunate that Nigeria is not a productive economy. It will have been an advantage for us as well to export, our product to outside world, and that will have helped our economy on the other side, to develop better. But if, as we have it now, we can use it better. If we can use it better with, if we have people that are competent to manage it, people that are trustworthy to manage it, people that are not corrupt to manage it, it will help us at this point where we have less revenue. When we have more of our revenue servicing our debt to generate more revenue that we can use for other sectors of our economy, to develop other sectors of our economy. It's a good thing. It's we have to commend them for
you
that.
You see, I'm seeing that there's a prospect for Nigeria to turn around within 3 to 5 years, because with this deep sea port, with the expansion of the airports, and if Tinubu comes in, you can be certain that just a brand new world standard airport will be built in Lagos, with Dangote coming on stream, with the train networks interlinking. The country is coming together. If you want to look at it from that point of view, it is coming together.
Yeah, I will agree with you, but we have other parts of Nigeria that should be opened up as well. The Calabar port, the river ports, and the Warri port, everywhere should be opened up. That is what we, energize, stimulate the economy and help a fast economic growth, and that will, a lot of jobs will be created. A lot of jobs will be created. So this problem of unemployment that we're going through now with our youth that are graduated from colleges and couldn't have work, there'll be a lot of work for them. A lot of investment will come in. A lot of revenue will be available as well for state and the federal government, and businesses will move into Nigeria. And a lot of Nigerians in diaspora, we
And then if they
begin
pull
to see,
the electricity together,
and
which
the
some people,
electricity.
yeah, which some people are reporting minor gains, and the country identifies that is where they should have the most push. So I
Yeah.
don't see, there's reasons to be optimistic if all these things come together, and there's no reason to say they should not or they would not.
Yes, if electricity is added to it, that will be a game changer. Everything will turn around within a short period of time, because that is what energizes the economy. Is the backbone of every productive economy. So if we have electricity,
Because they
we
are
have
already
this.
saying that they are already in the motions of unbundling the electricity from the exclusive list, to let the regions take charge of it. So I mean, if they do that, it won't take 3 to 5 years for Nigeria to turn around. I suspect, if they are able to do all of these things. But we
Yes,
continue.
yes, I agree with you. But at the same time, we must have the right people in charge of power, in charge of political position in our country to effect this change. If you still have these corrupt people there, you're not going to see anything, because corrupt people will surely be corrupt. There's nothing you will give to them that they will do well, because they will always be thinking about their own. What are they going to make out of it? And when you see a situation where everybody at every level of government, at every position of government, are thinking of what are they going to make out of it, nothing is going to work. Nothing will work. So, but that port, that new port, is a good infrastructure for our economic growth that will, help. I mean, it will help the economy, some kind of way to grow. But we should not focus only on Lagos. Centralization of economic activities and this kind of facilities should not be in one place. It should be spread. It should spread around. It should spread to other parts where we
I
have
suspect it
ports.
will. I suspect it will spread around in due course. I'm not sure why they don't have that worry port functioning properly, because of
Yeah.
course the concentration of the country's wealth is in that part, and that is where you expect. Why would an oil tanker come to Lagos to then only? Why can't they just go directly to Warri, pump
Yes.
it up,
Yes.
and then let it be on its way? I mean,
Yes.
these are just basic stuff.
Yeah. Yes. That is how they should do it. We see the way it is done in the countries where we live in. Everywhere there is, all this coastline, they have their ports, they have all this infrastructure in place that sustain the economy of that state. That's what they should do. And the Dangote facility in Lagos as well. This will be a port that will assist them in shipping out a lot of their, what do you call them? What do you call this?
Petroleum products,
Their petroleum products and that
fertilizers. Yeah.
fertilizers and all the rest. So I hope they will manage it to the advantage of Nigerian people and not to the advantage of some few, because this is what we have seen. This is what Nigerian economy has never been run to the advantage of Nigerian people, even though they have it there. Every resources, every revenue that they will get there, some people will embezzle it and they won't use it to the advantage of Nigerian people. That is another problem. Yeah, it is there. Can it work for the advantage of Nigerian people? That is another thing. So, and can they maintain it well? That is another thing. Because we have seen
I think for the purpose that is serving, and you are right to bring Dangote into it, because this essentially is to serve Dangote's vast investment in that space. So that support they need it for the volume of trade that he is going to be trafficking out of Nigeria. So that is essentially for the benefit of Dangote, but then the spillover of it, that Nigeria might feed on the crumbs, as they continue to make this man wealthier and wealthier.
And this kind of facility will be privatized. If it's privatized, it can be well managed. But if Nigerian state is managing it, give it some few years to this time, everything will crumble. All those big scanner, or what do you call it, crane, and all the rest of them will not be function effectively as we have that of Port and Tinkan Island that are not functioning well now. That is what is going to happen to this new facility. It won't function effectively in some few years to come. They should be privatized. Let the best people, organization with their expertise run this facility well in such a way that it can be run effectively, and all the government have to do is just to take tax. Have security there, have that place secured. The operational aspect of it, every the custom and maybe immigration or whatsoever, those one can be there. But the administrative and the operational should be run by private organization. So that is the way I think it should be run. Otherwise, if Nigerian state have to run everything from A to Z, give it another 5 years, it will crumble. As we have Tinkan and Wharf. It's just unfortunate that we don't. Nigerian state is a very corrupt state. It's a good facility, but all of them should be privatized. They should let private hand runs it effectively, and the government can take taxes and then use those taxes for the betterment of Nigerian people. That's my take on that.
All right, brilliant, Lekoko. So let me take you back to the politics of it. And it looks as though there's still very much unrest within the PDP space. It looks as though the wounds of the primaries are still not healed. Because, of course, we saw the governors saying that they wanted power to transit to the south, and that never happened. And I think they are now pointing the treachery to Kowa and Obaseki especially. But it looks as though those wounds have not healed. And they said Ayu, of course, orchestrated to have his own pal, Atiku, win that ticket. So the speculation now is that 6 PDP governors will move to sabotage the party's chances in 2023. And this is not unknown to the Nigerian political space, as you know. We saw it in 2015 when the same party sabotaged its own presidential aspirants. So there's been meetings going on in Turkey. Let me share this photograph with you. It's one of the governors, and Seyi Makinde, by the way, joined them latterly. But this is one of the governors going to Turkey to meet with Atiku. So this is so who is this? I think it's Governor. I don't know who he is. One of the southeastern governors. Anyway, so he goes to Turkey to meet with Wike, and there they are taking photographs. And I've seen subsequent photographs of Seyi Makinde joining them. So I'm not sure. It looks as though something might well be in the offing. They are not looking to defect. because they still have stake within the party, either looking to have their own man installed as their successor or running second term, as is the case with Shey Makinde. But it looks as though the wounds of that primary are still not healed, and they are looking to sabotage Atiku. What are you making of that, Ajale Koko?
Well, I think the crisis can still be resolved. They still have time. And the presidential candidate have a leading role to play in resolving the crisis. Governor Otom, earlier in the week, had an interview on Channels TV, and he advised the presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, to visit Wike because of the way Atiku jettisoned the committee's choice, the committee that was set up by the party to look for the vice president. And that committee overwhelmingly chose Wike with 14 votes out of 17 votes. But Atiku turned around to pick Opowa, and that is causing this crisis. And he said, after choosing Okowa, instead of him to reach out to pick Wike, to let Wike know why he chose Okowa, and then one thing or the other to pacify Wike, he didn't do it, but instead he traveled out. But in 2019, 2018, when he chose Peter Obi, this is the exact thing that happened. Peter Obi was not the choice of the party. They had different person. But Atiku did the exact same thing he did to pick Obi, and there was uproar within the party, even from the Southwest. They didn't want Obi. So, but at the end of the day, they resolved it. They came together and they went for election with a strong force against the incumbent president Buhari. So I think the same thing can still play out, but he has to play a big role, Atiku himself, because being the presidential candidate of the party, he has already attained the leadership of the party right now, and he has to bring everybody together. So if he failed to do so, all of them are going to lose. All of them will lose. If they move to APC, yes, they could move to APC if they want to. We have an history of what happened to them in 2015 when they all moved to APC. They were strangulated there and they run back to PDP. So the same thing might happen to them, because those in APC that labor hard to build their party, to work hard for their candidate, already established themselves and their structure around the country, will never give them chance to come and take over the party from them. So they will resolve it the way I'm saying it. Atiku is an experienced politician. What happened to Wike now happened to him as well in 1991. He stepped down. In his own case, he stepped down for Abiola to emerge as the candidate of the party on the promise that Abiola will make him the vice president. But Abiola turned around and didn't make him the president, but instead choose Babagana Kingibe. There was uproar in the party, but they settled it, they went ahead and they won the presidency. they won the election rather, that was annulled, that was later annulled. So politicians can, yes, crisis can happen, but if they have a crisis management, if you have a leader that can manage crisis or have a kind of crisis management skill or resolution, they can easily manage it. So they still have 8 months to go or 7 months to go. So I believe there's still time for them to settle this crisis and then come back together as one family to face APC. So I don't see it as the end of the road, or I don't see that the party will disintegrate or implode. I don't see it yet because they still have time to resolve this crisis. Though we can speculate anything that we want to speculate now. We see Wike outside the country, some people outside the country. What are they going to do outside the country that they cannot discuss in Nigeria? So, but let's just give them time.
The meetings that shape the destiny of Nigeria, they are held outside the shores of Nigeria. So Atiku is in Dubai holding his own meetings, plotting his own way. Atiku is in France plotting his own way. So, and Wike in Turkey plotting his own plots,
Well, let's wait what whether they like it or not. They can go and do their meeting outside the country. They will come to Nigeria to effect the implementation of what they draw out to do is in Nigeria. They will come and implement it. We wait for them and see what they want to do. But as far as I know that PDP is a big party. It's a party that went through experiences, time that was good, time that was bad for them, and I believe they have learned their lessons in different ways, in different experiences, and they can. Yes.
The PDP did not learn any lesson. The PDP is the most stupid party in Nigeria today. The PDP are the people, are the governors that were clamoring for a southern presidency. I asked a question: why did they put forward a northern candidate to lead their party? See, that is the beginning of the downfall of PDP. PDP will not win election in this country again. PDP should pack their load and look for a village and stay. Without Peter Obi, Tinubu will win the next election in this country. It's only Peter Obi that is the threat, not Atiku. Forget about Atiku. Atiku is not going anywhere. Thank you.
Igo, are you hearing of crisis looming in the PDP? Is that being talked about, especially how Wike is being treated? Are they talking about crisis?
A lot of it, even in the street, a lot of it. That's why I'm telling you that PDP has no voice in this country. They are just running around. They have no seat in this. No PDP member will soon be defecting to Labour. All of them will be going to Labour very soon. Just watch, the election is getting closer. Who wants to vote for Atiku in this country? Nobody. Forget all these things you are seeing in all those people that are paid to come and talk rubbish. Nobody wants to vote Atiku in this country. They need a southern presidency. Is it that Tinubu or Peter Obi? Forget about Atiku. Atiku is not existing in this country. This is the decision of the South and the entire country. So that is it, brother.
How deeply held are these views? Is this what people angry about? Because Atiku seems confident, and PDP, they are not a joke party. They must know. They must know the mood of the nation to put Atiku forward.
See, they made a wrong decision. The nation, they are very angry. See, Nigerian youths are very angry in this country. You are not watching the opinion poll. You are not calling people. You are not talking to friends. If you talk to 10 people in Lagos today, they will not call Atiku's name. 10, for example. None of these people will mention Atiku's name. So PDP has no stake in Nigeria again. As of today, PDP has no stake. Even as worst as APC, people still believe in the APC than a person of Atiku in Nigeria. Today, here as I speak to you in Lagos, nothing like Atiku in Lagos. When you talk of Obi, they want to listen. Okay, some want to listen to, but Atiku, nobody wants to hear his story. How can you come out as a Southern governor, you come at home meeting, begin to tell the whole South that you want power here, then the next thing your party went and bring a northerner to the front stage, and you expect one person to come and support you? I was sat local. That is the message from a PDP governor, ex-governor. So nothing for PDP in this country. No matter what will happen, PDP will not see that seat. They've already made their blunder by bringing up Atiku as their headman or whatever candidate. So that is it.
All right. So, Ajale Koko, it looks as though the crisis is a lot more than just, something that can be settled easily.
Let me tell you one man. Both parties have crisis. APC have crisis too. We have seen some senators moving to PDP from APC, and a lot more of them have indicated to move to APC to PDP. We got the information. What's the name of Panikayode? Said that 2022 have indicated to move to PDP. The APC chairman, national chairman, went to National Assembly. Who is that? APC national chairman ran to National Assembly.
Sorry, can everybody else, apart from Ajale Koko, mute yourself unless you're intending to interject, because we can hear the feedback. Carry on, Ajale Koko.
So, APC national chairman recently, maybe a week ago, went to National Assembly to talk to senators and House of Rep not to move, because a lot of them have indicated that they're going to move to PDP. They didn't say they're going to move to Labour. They didn't say they're going to move to any other party, because PDP is a party that has structure around the country, and they know that structure can help them in winning election. So both parties have their crises that are brewing between the two parties, but where it's going to land, we don't know. What is going to be the what we're going to see in some days to come, we don't know yet. So, and on the issue of the what do you call it? The southern governors that they were calling for power shift before earlier in the year, but only for them to turn around. I mean, a lot of our people are trying to blame Okowa, that, oh, he's the chairman of this thing. He changed the chances of Sana to be president, to be presidential candidate. It's all just nonsense. It's all nonsense. All of them should be blamed for the failure of Sadana to get the PDP ticket. Okowa, what is the name of that one from Rivers? Wike, Peter Obi, all of them that contested, and Fayoshe, all of them are guilty of this thing. They are the one that killed that idea of power shift. They killed it. All of them participated in killing that power shift proposal that they were fighting for at the end. I mean,
How?
earlier this year. Okay, I will tell you how. When PDP decided that there's no more power shift, that was when they should have threatened that party that they are moving out of that party. But they didn't. But rather, they participated. That is an acceptance of no power shift. They accepted it. They paid money to participate. They bought form for 40 million. We can spend a lot of money around the country. So we can jettison what he was fighting for. All of them killed that power rotation fight that they stood for earlier this year. All of them turned around against it.
Ajalekoko, what should they have done? What should they have done, Ajalekoko?
Okay, what should they have done?
Yes.
Hello? What should they have done?
Yes, the wicked,
all of them,
what should they have done?
All of them, what they will have done is to stand by what they were calling for, that we are not participating, we are not going to be part of this party if power shift did not shift. Because let me tell you something. Let me tell you why. They are the strength. Southern is the strength of PDP. I think they have, how many states do we control in the South? I think they control the whole of South, and they control about 3 states in the East. About 8 or 9 states, they control, let's say 8 states. And in the North, they control only 5. Look at how your leaders, hold on, look at how your leaders are so stupid. But you want to blame it on one person when all of them collectively, or maybe we call it maybe separately or independently, killed this idea of power shift, because all of them were looking for their opportunities. They are desperate. They don't believe in what they are. They are telling us that they stood for. They don't believe in it. They are the strength of PDP. They should have stood by what they were calling for what they were championing, that forget about us, we are no more part of this party. And what will have happened? The leadership of PDP at national level will have surrendered and give it to them. But they participated and they lost the election, and then they cried. Peter Obi was saying at that time that, oh, if power shift does not come to the East, I'm not going to participate. What did he do? They did shift it to the Southeast. He participated. Wike that was leading was shouting all over the
No, Peter Obi did not participate. He left.
Hold on. Peter Obi paid, right? He bought form in order to participate. But because he saw that he's going to lose, he ran away. He said they are using money, they monetize it, I'm running away. So he indicated to participate by buying the form. Wike participated. He lost the election, he's crying. All this hue and cry by your leaders and you, their followers, it just show that you are being manipulated by politicians. Politicians manipulated you. They manipulated you for you to look as if they are fighting for you, whereas they are fighting for themselves. They don't fight for you. Now they lost. Wike couldn't get it. He couldn't get vice president and he's crying. Why must he get vice president? He has said that he doesn't even want it. So what's the hula cry? He said he doesn't want it. And the presidential candidate have the prerogative to choose whoever he wants. And what the committee did in PDP, they recommended 3 names to Atiku. They recommended Wike, they recommended Okowa, and that of Akwa Ibom State Governor. Though they voted for Wike, that Wike is the one they want, but they gave him 2 other options. So why giving him 2 other options? If you really believe in Wike, that you want Wike to be the vice president, why give him 2 other options? You gave him 2 other options, and that guy choose 2 other governor, and then you all are crying with you, their baby behind them. You Southerners should just go and sit down and just think. You don't know politics. Yes, Igor, you want to say something?
Adelekoko, you're not just you're just everywhere. You're just
not
everywhere
crying because of vice president. Wike never cried that he wanted to be vice president. We have not heard that from him. The anger of Wike has not been expressed to the public. Nobody knows why Wike is angry today. Or is there anywhere you read that Wike is angry because
we know why he's angry.
He's angry. You know why he's angry?
We know why he's angry now. We know.
Because he's not vice president?
No. He is angry.
Is it because he's not a vice?
I'll tell you. He's angry because the whole of the South agreed that power will transit to the South. And when it came to the primaries, governors like Okowa and Godwin Obaseki, they stabbed him in the back and they backed the North. And then in the second tranche, 13 out of 17 of the committee set up to pick the running mate, 14 even of them, they recommended Atiku. They recommended Wike to Atiku, and Atiku again stabbed him in the back and chose Okowa. So he's angry about all that.
Okay. Now, where is his anger particularly? Is it for a vice president or for the betrayer that they betrayed for not giving him the ticket? Where is his anger?
For both.
Drake, the issue is this, right?
It's on both, right? It's on both, right?
The issue is this, right? When they went for the presidential, Tambawa stepped down for Atiku, right? That was a short change. They shortchanged him on that one. So he was like, okay, everything is good. Now they were now looking for a vice president candidate. They initiated a 17-man committee, and that 17-man committee was initiated by Atiku. Now, what now happened was that the 14 of the 17 chose Wike, but they still had to say, okay, this is someone we choose, but the final pick will be from you. He still went ahead and he chose Okowa. On a normal way, you want to look at, if you were a presidential candidate and you look at Okowa and Wike, I will go for Okowa. And the reason why is that Wike is too ambitious. I would not like someone like that to be my vice.
So
that is it.
Peter Obi is not too ambitious. Peter Obi is not too ambitious.
Peter Obi,
Peter, how did Peter Obi get into it?
Every politician.
Joe, I respect your narrative ever since every day you come here, but this one is wrong.
No, he's talking about why Wike is angry. I don't think it's anything to do with Peter Obi. But
if Atiku knew who he wanted, what was the point of the committee in the first place? If you knew that was who he wanted, what was the point of the committee that he asked them to go set up?
Thank you, Babati.
If you say go and give me bring me a VP, and they gave you 3 people and they voted for 14 out of 13 voted for Wike, and you still went for Okowa, that means you knew that's the guy you wanted in the first place. So what was the point of the committee?
Babati, they all playing game. Why are they recommending 3 names to him? Why not one?
Yeah, but that's my question.
Why not one?
They want to give him the courtesy of choice, already pointed him in the direction that he should choose. So that courtesy that they extended to him, he should have extended it back in the way that they've indicated they wanted him to go.
Yes, but that's my point. Like, if you knew that's who you wanted in the first place, you would have saved them the time and the trouble and said, guys, this is who I want. 14 to 17, 14 out of 30. That's huge. That is huge, a huge margin.
But it's not only 14. The BOT recommended Atiku. Come on, man. That was too much. The nation was too much.
He's the one.
Let me tell you, you cannot blame Atiku. Atiku have the prerogative to choose whoever he wants.
I agree.
Forget about committee. Whether committee recommended one name, if that name is not, if that person name, if he feel is not comfort, if it's not comfortable with that person,
why did he set up a committee?
In the first place?
If you know you have someone in mind,
you cannot tell you why.
Up a committee.
Can I tell you why? Why
us,
is because in 2019, he didn't set up committee. He picked Peter Obi unilaterally, and he faced a backlash. That was hue and cry in the party back then. So to this time, he said, "Help me suggest names. Help look for names that I could pick." And they recommended 3 names, but they pick Wike for him. They suggested Wike. It's a suggestion. Look, they don't have to. They cannot force a candidate on him. They could suggest. And that is what they did.
So what's the point of the committee there?
And he doesn't want that suggestion. He doesn't want that person. He picked a different. He picked among the 3 names that they suggested for him.
Yeah, I mean, you're missing the point. You're missing the point here. This is my point. This is the last time that they ran, and he picked without consulting them, right? And this time he wanted to involve them. If the majority of the people that you're involving pick somebody else, and you still went for Okowa that they didn't want, majority, what was the point of the committee in the first place? Because you knew that was who we wanted. You never wanted to get in the first place. So there was no difference.
Babati.
There was no difference.
1 plus 1 is politics, is not 2, it's 11.
But it's made.
That is the game. That is the way it is played in politics.
Okay.
Politics is different from governance. In governance, you have to be straightforward and do things right. But when you play the politics, you can put 1 and 1 together. It will not necessarily give you 2. And that was what happened with what they did. And they know that as well.
And they are seeing the backlash now. What happened is what they are getting now is the backlash.
Forget about the backlash. All of them are just playing politics. They will come together. Leave it. Leave them alone.
Let's hear from Drake, who wants to come to the conversation. Drake, you wanted to say. Drake, you said you wanted to say. You know, it frustrates me.
If it was you, can you pick Wike for vice president?
That's a different narrative, though.
Look, if it was you, can you pick Wike as vice president?
Yes, you can. The vice president office
No.
office. It does not have any power.
Let me tell you something. Wike will disgrace you. That's the problem. You can pick somebody that will obey you, that will dance to your tune.
How can Wike disgrace you? Because he will not be your boy. How can he disgrace you? Because he will not ready to be your boy.
Look, when you are choosing the vice president, you want to choose somebody that you'll be comfortable with. Somebody that you'll be comfortable with. Somebody that you will trust. Somebody that will be loyal to you. Loyalty really matters when you have a vice president. You want a vice president that will not stab you in the back.
Remember Atiku versus
Atiku did it. He knows what he's doing.
Like Atiku did
Atiku versus Obasanjo. Remember what happened before
he almost killed Obasanjo.
So you always know who your vice is, so that you won't go for abroad for medical treatment, and he connects some boys and say it's over for you. That's the thing you have to look at.
So, the way Nigeria police is run, vice president don't really have much. Sorry.
They said there was a powerful. There are some powerful northern power brokers that told him not to take Wike.
Can I tell you something? Can I tell you guys something? You see that show that Wike put up in that primary is a threat to Atiku political power in PDP. It's a big threat. I didn't know. I never thought that Pugwe would come up with such figure. That's a big
if not for Tambo, Wike will take that ticket straight.
That's a big threat to Atiku political power in the party presently and in the future. You don't want that. You don't want that if you're a political leader. You don't want that to happen. You don't want somebody to another power to be so close to you. You want a distant. You want a person that is coming far behind, not somebody that is very close to you, particularly to come and be your vice president. He will kill you politically one day.
Like he did with
politically.
Like he did with BJB. So like he knows.
He almost did to OBJ.
So he knows. He knows that. Okay, I get what you're saying. So he's fearful of his old self.
Because what happened in the time of OBJ, Atiku was the one controlling the structure of the party. Because the structure of the party was Yaradua Group, and he was the leader of Yaradua Group in PDP.
So to avoid that, he doesn't want.
Avoid that. Okay. So Wike has put up a very good fight, and the performance of Wike.
I could agree with you, but now they have appointed too many power through the constitution to Buhari. Nigerian president right now, the vice cannot really do anything.
You don't know anything. You are just talking like this because you are outside. You don't know how the internal politics play.
It's only because Alchepando is docile. That's why you think that.
No.
They appoint so many office power to.
Hold on.
They appoint so many power to Buhari.
You are mixing things up. You see, the governmental power is different from political power within the party. The power within the party is a different power entirely from that governmental power. The governmental power is guided by the constitution of the country. It gives the vice president the limit he can play in the governance. But when it comes to politics, how to shake politics and how to maneuver the political game is a different power entirely. So Wike has that power. It shows to Atiku that, look, yes, I can upstage you anytime. I have a structure around the country as you do. And my structure is getting closer to you. Look, Atiku is, you can say whatever you want to say. You can cry to Al Ivan. He knows what he's doing. For his political survivor, he would not choose person like Wike that is as strong as him in that party.
Okay.
But it's more. I'm saying that in terms of politics, who is more beneficial to his campaign, Wike or Okowa? Because it's about winning, right? So if you care about winning, who is more beneficial to you, Okowa or Wike, to win that block?
To win, let me tell you.
No. Just answer now. Who is more valuable to help you win, Wike or Okowa? Because it's about winning, right? So who is more valuable to you winning, Wike or Okowa?
If Wike leave the party today, you think every member of the party will leave with him? You think other parties?
The question now is asking you who
the party will fall.
The party will fall in Rivers State.
I know. I'm saying that, but in terms of because you gave the example of him with OBJ in 1999 that it was powerful. He had a yard grab that helped OBJ win. I'm saying that right now. Forget the power blood that Wike has.
We all know you are right. Wike is more stronger than Okowa. Wike is stronger than Okowa. You're right.
If you care about winning, why not go with someone that is stronger that can help you win? Then deal with the power tussle issue later when you win.
Can I come in?
He have a responsibility now as the leader of the party to manage the crisis, to pacify Wike and some others and bring them together, and then forge ahead in their fight against APC. Okay. And that is possible. It is not over. It is not over yet. It's just a crisis after primary, and it normally happens like that within every political party.
So basically, he picked the weaker candidate because of his own ego.
All right. Let's hear from Drake. I think Drake wants to come in. So Drake, you wanted to say. What's going on, man? Drake, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Is that Drake?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, is that Drake?
Okay. No, this is Middleman.
Oh yes, Middleman. There's this character Drake. He's been coming in as he's typing in the private chats that can I say something? I'm saying say something. It discombobulates me when people do that. But Middleman, yeah, come in, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind Babati. You see, you have to remember that Atiku made an agreement with the Southern PDP stakeholders that he's going to do. He's looking to do only one term. Now imagine between Wike and Okowa, who is likely to come to stand up and tell that to Atiku's face after the end of the first term?
Do you
So
believe
that
that?
is
No, do you
those
believe
are
him
the
that,
things.
no. Do you believe him that he will
That
go
was
for
the promise Buhari made, by the way.
Don't mind Middleman. Why would you
Look,
Come on now.
listen. I don't believe that, and that is why I'm telling you that Wike will likely bring it and throw it at Atiku's face after the first term. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying he meant it. I'm saying that Wike we make that call when the time comes. So
And
Wike
he will
will
make
be
a
another.
big issue out of it.
Huh?
And Wike will make a big issue, will bring up crisis.
Exactly.
Do
Wike will
you
become
still
another
believe
Atiku to OBJ. That
Do you-
is what he tried to.
So
That
it's
is what he
avoiding
tried
that.
to
I get it.
avoid.
But do you see him leaving the PDP then? Do you see him leaving the PDP to go support somebody else? If he's not ready?
No, he's
Okay.
not. He's not going to leave PDP. He's not going to leave. All he's doing right now is a long shot to see if this vice presidential pick would be reversed. But I don't think that will either happen. But he wants respect. That's what he wants. He wants to be recognized as a big shot in the party. He wants Atiku to come and hug and kiss him. Yeah.
Kiss the ring.
No. But is it too late for that? Middleman is the thing. Because Wike is at a crossroad now. He cannot cross party because that doesn't just seem so viable. But he cannot say that they've made peace. I haven't been so publicly embarrassed as just too many times. Remember how he used to boast and beat his chest that he held the party together, never left once, and the party that he funded it held it steady to keep the government honest. So he did all that. They stabbed him at the presidential primary, and then they stabbed him again in the nomination of the thing. He's in Turkey licking his wounds. Will he not come back and be holding articles up that this is my leader? Where does he go? What happens to him?
That is going nowhere. That's what I'm telling you. Wike just wants to be loved. He wants love. He wants respect.
That is according to you, Middleman.
There is nothing else he can do right now. There is nothing else.
But I understand, but that is according to you. That's your own opinion.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
They are suggesting that he will abstain from the presidential primaries, from the presidential campaign of his party.
Yes, one man. That's what's going to happen, and not only in one. About 14 governors will do that, and a lot of top stakeholders in PDP will do that. I'm speaking from a fact because my uncle is one of the biggest chairman in Edo State. They are all going to abstain. PDP are different from APC. People don't understand. The day he picked Okowa, I said it here. I said it's a very big mistake for Atiku. That move he made. If they have gone for Emeka Adejoha, that would have settled everything. But he went for Okowa. Okowa is a super lightweight in PDP in Nigeria.
One of the people they could have chosen, I didn't think. I thought it would Emeka Adejoha would have been a better choice even than.
And everybody would have agreed. Could give the Eastern that position. And Wike would have understand and continue. Would have been no shame.
No, that would be a big loss.
But Emeka Adejoha is not an office holder. That is one thing that played against him. He's not an office holder.
But he has appeal. He has mass appeal, though.
He doesn't have appeal in the East now.
I like him. You know,
East is toxic. East is toxic right now. If you pick any candidate from the East that will not bring any votes for you, what is the purpose?
One more. Sorry.
What
make you feel? What make you feel they remove Emeka Adejoha from Imo State? If you're a real true politician, you're supposed to know. What make you feel they remove him?
Take us there, please. Take us there.
Because he was removed because America got into the office on the back of IPOB, the support of Igbos, really strong one. That's how he got there. And two, during America time, Imo State became a headquarters for IPOB doing whatever they're going to do. Then their protests and everything, and the Northern saw it as a threat. And America was trying to use that as a leverage because everybody didn't have their own leverage. That's why he was removed, and they brought up.
That is not true. That is not true.
That is not what played out at the court now. What are you talking about?
What is the population of
Biafra? That is not what played out at the law court
of IPOB.
Yeah, now they make you see. That's what they make you feel on the outside. I'm telling you what happened inside.
No, brother.
You're a member of those inside. Yeah, insider.
Hold on.
Okay.
What's led you to that? What's led you there?
See,
sorry. Just to be clear, you are suggesting that Emeka Ehidioda was essentially an IPOB.
No. He was giving them free hand in Imo State. Though at that time they were not violent.
He was only there for about 6 months.
Yes, I'm saying. Look at 6 months. How many protests happened in Imo? Openly, but not violently. That was why I'm getting it wrong. At that time, IPOB they still have focus on everything that was going on. He was removed, but the Northern Cabal saw that as a threat. They saw that as a threat.
That's your theory.
That's my theory. That's my theory. I agree.
That's the problem we have in Nigeria, right? You always want to make the North look like, they're one big monster. It's not like that, my brother. That was
where does one people get his own news from? I don't sometimes.
Listen, hold on. Let me break it down a little bit. Let me break it down a little bit.
International news.
Wait, hold on. Let me break it down a little bit. Now, they came up on the reason that the petition that Okorocha's in-law file against Emeka Ehidioda against the results, but they really check it out. There was not really a fault. If, according to the law they sue Emeka Ehidioda for, it was supposed to be Okorocha's in-law who would be the next governor.
Yes.
So how come they left Okorocha's in-law? They left even the APC, the guy that was supposed to, the fractional APC guy who was supposed to come third. They went for Hope Uzodinma as a sitting senator then.
We had Tanko. That's the reason why they gave him 2.5 billion and naira as severance package.
Not 2.5 billion. That's according to your narrative. Stop that. Let's speak things the way you say now. That we make the North look like a monster. We are saying things for fact as numbers. Numbers don't lie.
No, brother.
Sorry. Do you know what happened? Let me just recount what happened because I know that space a little bit because I'm a huge fan of Emeka Ehidioda. What happened was that when Emeka Ehidioda, he won that election, Uzodinma went to court to say that there was an anomaly in some local government area that would have favored him, but that was not. So he just did this magic trick. And when he took it to the Supreme Court, they found in his favor of his argument, and then they awarded him the victory. And he got that victory simply because he was the one that was in court battling for it. Not so they did. So they just said, okay,
that's it. That was exactly what happened. You're right. That was exactly what happened.
Case closed.
That was exactly what happened. One man.
Hold on.
You narrated it very well.
Remember, we covered it somewhat here. So
yeah, Hope went to court. Not only Hope went to court. It was this guy first that went to court first.
No. Where did you get that?
This guy
who
from
went to court? Who else went to get?
Okorocha's in-law.
Nah, lie. Okorocha's in-law no go to court.
Who said he didn't go to court?
Okorocha's in-law lost at the primaries. He was never in the race.
He was in court in Imo.
He didn't go to court.
He didn't make it to the ballot now. So what was he in court for?
No, he went with another party. Maybe they call it something Alliance AA party. But after the election, he didn't challenge the result at any law court. It was the present governor of Imo that took Ehidioda that challenged Inec and that result that there are some anomalies in some local government, and he fought it all the way to Supreme Court according to the way one man described it, and the Supreme Court gave him the rule in his favor, and that was how he became the governor of the state. If those other guys joined in the suit or they went to court, maybe the story would have been a different.
The court could not have directed Inec to give it to the person that came second, because they only had to pronounce judgment on the matter before them, and the matter before them was Populist, who just chanced his hand and was able to get it. So I know we like to mock that it's a Fulani and this, that.
No.
See,
he was using. See, America even the court case, the anomalies were saying in some local government, it was not even enough to remove America. Go and check the result. Check the registered voters there. And
I know. The margin was vast. Yes, the margin.
Yes, I will check everything. We follow this case. They ask if you want to go on not confirm information. We heard that the judges then asked America to have 2 billion to the case to be in his favor, and he refused. Like you saw no way to lose the case. But that is unconfirmed rumor. That case, yes, according to my narrative, yes, according to my source from inside PDP, it was strongly removed because they felt the threat from.
Okay. You know, when I was younger, you know this. There's something that I used to read called manga. Do you know what that is? You should know that. You're Japanese.
Yeah.
Eh?
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's where you are getting your news from. That's
not my news.
Japanese comics.
See, there's something I told somebody. There's something I told somebody in a few days ago. Nigeria, the impossible is possible these days, and the possible is impossible. Things that happen in Nigeria these days, it blows your mind away. And some certain things you hear, you start fighting it. You start fighting the truth. It's not the truth. No, it can never be. That's Nigerian for you. So that's something I just want to argue. So information you hear, you say that you make you look stupid and ridiculous, but it's actually happening in Nigeria. That's how it is in Nigeria. If according to what we explain here, how Nigeria is run, I don't think there will be problem, or it will quickly be solved. But it's not like that. The impossible is what happens in Nigeria. It happens every day, I will say it. I'm not saying publicly that what happened. What I was saying, people was too fast. What happened undergroundly? People that really know that will tell you. That's why they remove America. They do have, but they'll have to come up with something on the surface to say yes, this is the reason now. But nobody's stupid now. They'll have to come and say this is the reason we're removing. But that case, you and I know, everybody know that case was not even so strong to remove America. They have from that place.
No, it was a real funny thing.
It was very funny.
All right, thank you.
Hello, my brother. IPOP is not strong in Imo State. If you come to Abia State and Anambra State, that is where these two states now.
Let's get back to Ajandekoko to round off his thoughts. So Ajandekoko, back to you.
Yeah. So Wike, I'm not saying Wike leaving PDP. Where does he want to go? If he move out of PDP to APC, would he achieve his presidential dream there now or in the future? No. Does he still have chance to achieve his presidential dream in the future in PDP? Yes. So it's just a way of shaking Atiku up to, come around and work with them and carry them along, which I believe he's going to do. An experienced politician, is one of the founding fathers of the party. So Wike and all of them that they are not happy right now, they're just looking up to Atiku. Yes.
So the meeting that Wike had with your boy in France.
No, they debunk it. They said there wasn't anything that happened. Yeah, they said they didn't meet. It's been debunked.
When he tweeted, "Thank you for this evening," who was he referring to?
Shey Makinde was there, and another governor from the southeast. I'm trying to find his name. He was there as well. I just showed the picture now.
So
yes.
So he never met with him.
Yeah. So they went to meet him in Turkey. and you know, it just adds to the conspiracy theory that the Southerners are not happy, and Wike is the arrowhead of that disquiet within the PDP. But the one thing we know is that there's a crisis brewing in the PDP, and if it's not managed properly, they don't have the time to be. You know, we're now 7 months away. So if it's not, if Atiku wants to double down on arrogance, it may well. We've seen what PDP can do. We saw what they did to Goodluck Jonathan when they just slashed him and gave it to the opposition. So
one man, are you saying that report that this guy from Lagos, Ubokwe?
No. Tinubu has released a press release to say that
there was nothing. Is that what he said?
Yeah, he said they never met.
Okay.
Which we have to take on face value.
One man.
All right, go on.
One man, can you people
the truth is that
the truth
is that
do a passport, please.
Don't worry, he's a Yoruba man now. He's an honorary.
One man. The truth is,
hold on, Moses now. He's an honorary Yoruba man now, because I think he's been excommunicated for life in the East. So he's an honorary Yoruba man now. If he crosses that river Niger, he's not coming back. You know,
one man, he will come back. The Igbos know how to give their own.
One man, let me quickly speak to Ajele Koko. You see, the permutation that Ajele Koko said about Wike. Well, it stands to reason that, like you said, Ajele Koko, that the only place he can have that political future would be PDP. But I don't think he can. His only relevance is now, and if he doesn't get anything relevant, close to being relevant right now, I don't think he's going to be relevant again. The reason being that, you know, the Nigerian politics is very dynamic. The reason why Atiku is relevant is, number one, he has the money. He has the money. Does he have the influence? I won't say he has that much influence within the PDP, but he has the money to spend.
What do you mean? He doesn't have influence and he won the primary.
Hold on.
What are you talking about?
Well, if you have, listen. If you have the money, you can influence. But what I mean is,
you have influence there.
Hold on.
The money will play a role. Those are the structure within the party, and that is what
he doesn't have that structure. He doesn't have that structure within PDP. No, he doesn't.
He said he doesn't.
Rational mind, can I come in?
You don't know. You just want to. You just don't like him, and you just want to say all sorts of things against him.
Not because I don't like him.
He has structure. He has structure than Wike, and that is why he beat Wike.
If he has structure,
you think it's only money. You think if you have the money, you don't have the structure.
Let rational mind put it to you. You address it, and then let Middleman come into the conversation as well. But let's one voice at a time.
If he has structures, like you said, I mean, he tried so many times to dislodge Jonathan back then when he was kicked away from PDP, and when Obasanjo kicked him out. In fact, when Obasanjo was there, he tried it so many times. He could not grab the ticket from PDP, and then he moved away. And subsequently, he's been acting like a political prostitute, you know, until he finally came back to PDP. So for me, the way I look at it is that he doesn't have that structure, but he has the money to influence people within the party. That was when he came back, he saw that opportunity and he bought into that opportunity. So
you think Atiku commands more money than Wike?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. He does. And what Wike needs a bit of immunity or an assurance that he will not be prosecuted if any other government comes in. Can he get it under Atiku? Yes, he can get it under Atiku. That will depend if he doesn't continue fighting Atiku, and maybe if he's in the good book of Atiku. But then where I think he has that more protection is if he joins APC. So he's putting his card on the table right now, looking at which one he's going to do, which one is more plausible for him, which one is more plausible. Let me use the word.
Right.
Now, the point is, it's looking that the APC has the horsepower right now, and they have more chances of being producing the next president again. So if he is not in the good book of the APC, anybody from the APC, he might find himself having to deal with the EFCC and other financial crisis, financial arrest or whatever that would be placed on him. So he will have no immunity at that time.
All right.
So for what I see is he would have more relevance if he cross carpet into APC. But the only thing that will fight against that would be an issue with him is Amechi in the River State that will rival him, and his stooge that he put there for PDP governorship. How is that going to play out? We have to. So for me, you see, there's a lot to say about this. Let me just allow Delico to continue.
All right, I have a different theory on what you're saying, but let's hear from Meadowman first. Meadowman, you wanted to chime in.
Yeah. I was. You see, rational mind. Atiku has structure and has power in the party. You have to realize that Atiku has not lived in that country forever, like for 8 years. After the 2015 disaster of PDP, it was Wike and former Ekiti State Governor Fayose that held that party together, and that gave them footing in the party, respect amongst the party people that are loyal to the party. So if you consider the fact that Atiku has been in and out of the party, in and out of the country, has not been on ground for the past 8 years in Nigeria, then you will understand how strong his influence has always been. Even though we understand that it shrunk a little from 2018 to today, and it will shrink further into the future. That is normal. So, but he still has more structure and still has more influence than Wike nationwide in that party. Now, about Wike going to APC. Going to APC doesn't guarantee you anything. Take Okorocha, for instance. His house was invaded and he was carried away like a common criminal. And that is days before the primary. So going to APC doesn't mean that it will protect you. And APC looks like he has a better chance today, but you can never say. So
listen. You guys say he has structure. If he has structure, why is he jittery about this whole thing? With if he has this firm grip on PDP and the structure, like you people are saying, why is he jittery about Amechi? I mean, what's his name?
Wike.
Wike.
Why do you think it would be?
It's jittery right now.
Yeah, but why do you think it would be?
Because he knows that Wike has influence. He has more influence in PDP.
No. Because Wike. How can you even? It's a common rational mind.
More influence that cannot win primary for him. What are you talking about?
Agreed, because he bought it. We know he bought those influence. He had spended Wike. So I don't know what you people are talking. If he has that stock.
Let me tell you why he might be jittery. Let me suggest why he might be jittery if he is, as you've described. It sounds him better if Wike was on board fighting with him than if Wike was on the outside, either not fighting with him or fighting against him. So Atiku stands a better chance of being president if Wike is on board with him fully. And he knows that, and we all know that. So that is really where it is. So I'm not sure if it's jittery or not jittery or anything, but it sounds him better to have Wike fully on board than not. So that's just what they're trying to permutate.
Yeah, one man, you are right.
Of course, I mean,
you are right. Regardless of what he is doing, if people want to we wouldn't have bothered what he is doing, right?
No, we're struggling to hear you, man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but it's like grainy something. Yeah.
I think this StreamYard is having a problem. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, but it's somewhat grainy. But carry on, yeah.
Yeah, I think you are right. Regardless, if you have this way, to worry. If going to decamp or cross carpet. But the problem is having, like you just said, you don't want to have Wike on the opposite side. And Wike have same followers like him too. Wike journalists are worse than any other thing on this earth. They are worse than Wike. So he don't want to have them in opposition. That's why he's been worried. If not so, he wouldn't have bothered himself. That's just my own perspective.
All right. Let me theorize something, and then Ajan Lekoko round off your thoughts, and then we move the conversation on to Baba Akure. But just on that Wike space, what I think Wike might be permutating is to, and I think he did have that meeting with Tinubu, by the way, no matter how much they try to deny it, because it serves to the conspiracy that he would have. But what I suspect Wike might be trying to do is that they've jettisoned 2023 PDP. They've already abandoned that as far as Wike and all of his group are concerned. So they've abandoned that. So they're either going to work secretly against Atiku or not fully back him, just make sure that he loses that election. So with that, they will clear out Atiku and Ayach and Ayu, and then they can take the party back. But I think they want to abandon the election in order to get rid of these people and just take their party back. This is what I think they might. That's just my own theory anyway. But Ajan Lekoko, you have to find out what that is. Yeah.
I agree with your theory.
Yes.
Yeah, Wama, you're not far from the truth. Yeah. You're not far from the truth. They're going to remove Atiku from this election. And even now, Atiku supposed as result runner, they're supposed to change the chairman. But according to PDP, the president, flag bearer, cannot come from the north, and the party chairman will come from the. I mean, the chairman, federal chairman will come from the north. They're supposed to change the chairman, but he's still there. Yeah, not a guy or something.
Walpeace, do you want to dip out and plug back in to see if the connection will latch on better? Because
I think that will be better.
Yeah, it's very grainy. There's plenty of space, so just do that. So back to you, Ajan Lekoko.
Well, Wike and other governors, if actually they are planning to move out or work against their party, they will be working against themselves. They're going to be shooting themselves in the foot, and they will sink their political future. Because PDP, people know them with PDP. And whatever they become today, PDP made them what they become today. So if they kill, and working against PDP, like I said, we kill their political future because PDP will be dead. And when PDP is dead, where would they go to resuscitate their political relevance? And no, they can't get it in APC. Is it Labour they want to go? Will you people accept them in Labour? Or will you accept them in another party? It's the same people, same corrupt people. So they will do more harm to themselves than good if they work against PDP or work against Atiku. That's the way I see it politically. They will not achieve anything for themselves now, and they will not achieve anything politically for their future. They will kill their political future. They will kill PDP, and everything they have invested politically will be gone down the drain. That's the way I see it. And because if APC should win again, that means APC will be there for another 8 years. And I'm telling you, for that next 8 years, APC will strengthen their political base better than it is today. And we might end up having one political party in Nigeria, and that will not be good for all of us. So that's the way I see it, woman.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So, Ajan Lekoko, for instance of time, let's go on to Baba Akure, who I think may not be with us anymore. But Baba Akure, are you there?
Yes, right. I'm hearing you. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. All right, good to have you, Baba Akure. So let me take you to a different space, Baba Akure. And this is the sort of politics that hopefully will be wiped away with 2023. But this is politics as has always been played in Nigeria. After realizing Akpabio forged primary results, APC chairman Adamu pulls out of suit to compel Inec to publish Akwa Ibom ex-governor's name as senatorial candidate. So here it is right there. So this guy, Akpabio, he did not even contest in the senatorial primaries of his local ward for reasons that he was pursuing a presidential seat. But then he has gone to do some forgery or some fake primaries that he had a rerun to then remove the guy that won the primaries and replace that with his name. And he has now taken this fake thing to the Inec chairman to the party chairman to sign off, and he has now taken this to court, all from a forgery. And Inec, they are aghast. They say, how can you have a rerun when you are not even, for you to have a rerun, you have to be part of the first running. You were not even part of the first running, and you are claiming you had a rerun that then put you as the party candidate. So this sort of politics, and so alarmed was the party chairman, who seemed to have been co-opted unwittingly, that he has abandoned the lawsuit being filed by Akpabio. But this is Akpabio's politics. It's just forgery, a strong arm, guns, and bullets. So this sort of politics, hopefully, we see the end of it in 2023. Baba Kure.
Thank you very much for having me. That is why you have to be obedient.
Look at that. So you've adopted the language. So Baba Kure, of all the people, I didn't expect you.
What happened? What happened?
They've captured it. My goodness me.
Anyway,
what the capture Akure Empire.
The only thing that would be more shocking than Baba Akure declaring for obedience would be me declaring for obedience.
We don't want you. We don't want you, one man.
One man.
If one man is gone, Babati will be gone too.
Yeah, Babati will be gone too. We leave Ajale Koko holding the candle.
Rule me out. I stand with you, don't worry.
Ajanle Koko, don't worry. When we give him Okechukwu of Omahia, he will turn obedient immediately.
Don't worry. Yes.
Okay. Until then.
Anyway, on a more serious note, you can see that is why we really need to kick these people out, right? Because everybody they just behave anyhow. They just feel like they are on top of the world. Nobody can do them anything. Look at what happened done in APC primary. The same Adamu that is turning his back to Akpabio now was one of those that raised the hand of Senate President. That one did not work out. Then he went ahead to take the ticket away from the person that won the ticket for the senatorial. This is Yobe or whatever. I don't know which side they are from. Took the ticket away from him, put the name of Speaker of the Senate President, put the name on Inec list, and problem started. The same thing this one, though he may turn his back to Akpabio now, but the fact still remains that how are we sure that he does not involve in this issue? Even if he doesn't, one of the APC logo is that once you join us, your sin is being forgiven. So it means you can do anything you want. You are the sons of the president. So that is why you are seeing this. Now for Akpabio to go and forge certificates, I think this is what is going to dominate our political space this year. And that is more reason why we have to kick these people out. Like I said this morning. Yes.
don't you think that he should even be prosecuted for that?
He should go to jail for that.
In fact, he should, but it's not. But nothing is going to happen. That's the point. That is why we have to kick these people out. I must let you know. It's not that. I am one of the supporters of Obi, but we need shocker.
A disruption. Yeah.
Exactly, that is all. It's not issue. I'm not Obi fan. I don't care about Nigerian politicians because they are all the same. But we just want shocker that we put a spine in the wheel of APC and PDP. That is all. It's not that maybe because if Obi get there is going to do something. I'm not expecting anything from these people until when we change the fundamental, the foundation of this country. We change the constitution of this country. I don't see anything working. Obi if Obi eventually get there, he may try. But how much can he do? How much? Because if the foundation is 40, then there's no way you can build your house up. If you build it, then it's going to collapse. That is what we are facing in Nigeria today. So it's not that I'm supporting Obi or whatever, but we need shocker so that he can put spin in the wheel of all this crap, all these thieves that they just do anyhow. Now, every single day now, you know that they will talk about certificate. Either this one didn't have certificate, or the certificate of primary school certificate of this person lost.
Have you noticed one thing? The incoming parliament is going to wear a totally different look from the one that exists at the moment. So people like Saraki, he's already been out since 4 years ago, and he doesn't have a ticket now. Dino Melaye gone for good. The Senate president, the one sitting now, he's gone for good. Akpabio never to return. I'm not sure if Rochas has a ticket. So everybody is out. They are all out. But go on.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. That's just why. But as we're talking about Akpabio, it's just then because he doesn't get a ticket, and I was just in my mind thinking, who else doesn't get a ticket? And it looks as though they are all being wiped out.
One man. It is a lot of them that will not return, because I have one man in my state, Akin Yelure. He is the representative of Akure North and Akure South. They kick him out. Even with all what the man did, he really tried a little bit based on the information I got from the grassroots. He really tried, but yes, they kick him out. So it means he will be home. That is unless Atiku win because he's from PDP. So things will change in 2023, hopefully. But hopefully, anyway, let me just put it that way. Hopefully, maybe things may be changed in our House of Assembly. But at the same time, that House of Assembly, they really need to work on it and scrap it completely. Either they sit and get sitting allowance or whatever. We have to do away with that. So, let's go back to the main issue. Most of them will not return back, and that is why I'm saying we need a shocker. We need Labour Party. We need what's the name of this party? We need people from AAC, right? We need
but if you need a shocker, then AAC is out of the question, because if you are really wanting that change, then I'm not even sure if Labour Party is a change.
One man,
but the Labour Party is probably more likely than AAC.
Do you know the change? Do you know the change I'm looking for?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't get the change I'm looking for. I want our House of Representatives and our House of Assembly to be dismantled, so it is not controlled by APC or PDP. I want it to.
So you're not getting that now in this upcoming election.
Well, let's wait and see.
No, you don't have to wait and see. There's no other party fielding parliamentarians apart from APC and PDP. Which other party has senatorial candidates?
Well, I don't really know, but I don't think Labour. I think Labour Party should have. I think ABGA should have.
Yeah, they will have one or two.
Well, I think they have to put more effort. But what I'm expecting is just shocker. That is me.
And the only shocker you can get is Peter Obi victory, which is far and remote.
It's not Peter Obi alone. We want some house of rep.
Yeah, but you can't have that now. You don't have candidates vying for position, so how can you have it? How many Senate candidates do Labour Party have? Probably one or two. You know, so how many Senate does they have? Probably none. So the people is going to be APC versus PDP and some local regional politics in specific. It's not going to be. It's not going to. The parliament is not going to look different from how it looks now.
Baba Kure, if I can interject a little bit, okay? Do not worry about what the House or the Senate and the House of Rep is going to look like. What we need, the Nigerian president is the most powerful president in the world. What I mean is, when you look at the kind of power the president has, you see that constitution was put together by the military, and they made it like the president is going to be very, very powerful. So what I'm just saying is this: Peter Obi is going to win. When he wins, he's going to work with whoever that he has in the Senate and House of Rep. And also remember, we'll be watching. You know, if Peter Obi brings out a bill or says something to the National Assembly, he is going to work with the people. So because it's going to be a shocker. So don't worry if you're going to get Senate, or not.
Hold on. Let's not go to the land of
fairy
tales.
Can I
Robert, I'm just telling you. I know you never agree with me, but the last time he was governor in Anambra State, he was under Abga. His house was mainly PDP. And
he was impeached twice.
He was impeached, but he still came back and finished his tenure. So you see, we talk about impeachment. We talk about impeachment like they can just wake up in the morning and say, "I am impeaching." The Constitution also puts the president.
That doesn't even matter.
First of all, wait. I'm surprised you're saying it because you live in America and you know the importance of the president having his own people in the House and the Senate. You know it's very important. And we talk about Nigeria. Now, Obi in this instance, you said he's coming to change things. And he has to deal with a corrupt Senate and a corrupt House.
I know.
So he has to have at least 1/3 or 1/4 of his own people in that place.
This is why I told you. See, you know, even in the United States, right? You know, even in the United States, and even the United States, the president can override some of the decisions he can put in some executive orders. And it will roll for as long as he wants, right?
Sorry, Joe.
And I'm just saying, right? I'm just saying that, right? But while he is still there, he can still do it. Now, the president in the United States is not doing what he wants to do with his power so that it doesn't look like, you know, he's being overbearish. In Nigeria, you can use your power the way you want it in Nigeria as a Nigerian president, and the people will not react the way they would react to the United States.
Let me tell you guys one.
Hold on, Joel, can you have a look in private chat for a moment? But carry on, Make that point, whoever that was, and then
let me make my point. You see what Joel is saying and what Babati is countering. All those doesn't matter. If by any chance Obi wins and becomes president of Nigeria, the next day the 50% of them will decamp to LP. So don't worry about senators and House of Rep members. If Obi wins by any miracle, the next day 50% of the House of Assembly and the Senate will decamp to LP. That is how it happens in Nigeria.
I'm not sure that I agree, because if he wins and they know that he has no parliamentarian, then they know they have the whip hand over him. They have the whip hand over him.
They have the bigger hand. Then he has to play ball.
You have to understand that some of these parliamentarians in these parties are, you know, anonymous members. They know that they are weaklings in their party. So what they do is they go to a place that will have relevance. They will have direct contact or connection with the president.
Middleman. But look at it this way: Obi, like you tell me that is there to change things, right? So he's fighting the system. Remember, according to you guys, he's going to beat the system and win the system. When he gets there, he's there to fight the system. The system will fight back, and the best way for them to fight back is to use the House of Rep and Senate. They will not decamp to help.
In fact, they will hold him hostage. They will hold
because
him
they have nobody.
They will not. Look, let me tell you. I know how.
They will.
Look, they will not hold him hostage because you know why? Because you know why? Look, let me tell you. Because they know that their own political. If Obi eventually wins, which I know he is going to, if he does, what he tells any of those politicians is that I am next. I am next. It's either I step up my game and work for the people, or the people will boot me out. And Obi is going to make whatever electoral law seamless to take out any political officer.
Jerry will.
All right.
Jerry will.
All right.
They did it to be in Anambra State. They did it to him in Anambra State. They impeached him. I said they did it to him in Anambra State when he was governor, and another party is controlling the assembly. They impeached him. You remember?
Yes.
So,
and what happened?
And what happened? He went to court. He went to court. It took him to some years. Man, you think that is?
Hold on. And what happened? And what happened?
Now we are telling what we are saying. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. The federal government is different from state government.
Is different now.
Federal and state is different now.
No. It's not going to be different. Let me tell you something. Always understand this. The electoral law has been better right from how we had it in 1999. Compared to today, there have been so many improvements. Most of those landmark judgments you saw reshape our politics. It's a lot of impunity that happened during Obasanjo's time. That cannot happen now. So even Buhari himself,
hold on, Joel. It's just this storytelling, not at all vested in reality. That's where the frustration is.
It's a reality.
Hold on. As powerful as Buhari was, Saraki tamed him when he held the Senate. He tamed him. He frustrated him completely, and they went all hell out to get rid of Saraki
because they knew the value of having your own people in the house. Even if it's not majority, you must have at least 1/3. Because with nobody, there's limit to you using your orders as a president. It has a limit. You get my point? Even for budget, it has a limit that you can influence your power.
Yes, but you see,
quite easily.
No. Let me say this, right? You cannot. You see, if P2B came in from the back door, if P2B comes in from the back door, it will be easy to push him out. If he comes in organically, the way he is coming in right now. Look, let me tell you, you cannot tell Nigerian youth that this one that they managed to put in, that you want to come and take them over what? Because with him, he will tell you this is the reason why. When the budget was out, when they impeached him the first time, what was the problem? You budgeted 481 million to build the governor's lodge.
No, we don't want to get heavily into the Peter Obi narrative, but let's get back to Baba Akure, who has the floor. Let's get back to Baba Akure.
One minute, it might sound clear.
Sorry. Let's get back to Baba.
No, it might sound clear.
Please, let's just get back. All right, Baba Akure, back to you.
All right. So I've heard about I've heard what everybody are debating here and there. There is no. It is not going to be easy. My own. I mean, what I want, it might be different from other people, but to me, I want a shocker. I want our parliamentary system to be not to be controlled by one party, so that there will be no. It will be very, very difficult. Just like what we have here in Canada. Labour Party cannot do anything. I mean, Liberal Party cannot do anything without the support of conservative, without the support of what's the name of this party again? one of the party, the third largest party in Canada. So they have to march together before they can pass any law. That is exactly what, because when you have PDP dominating the House, that is why we have rubber stamp senators. If APC dominates, that is why we have rubber stamp. Like somebody are arguing here, Peter Obi will not be impeached. This is not going to happen. I'm telling you, I'm very sorry to disappoint you. Peter Obi will be frustrated. And that is when the corruption will, in fact, the corruption that we never see. That is what we are going to see again. Because he has to bribe his way before he can get anything done. That is the fact. You can take it. You might not agree with me, but that is just the fact. Anywhere in the world, if you are not controlled House of Rep or House of Senate, then you cook goose. That president cook goose. They will frustrate you. It doesn't really matter. Either you are in America, you are in Canada, you are in UK. If you do not control the House of Assembly, you done. You cook goose. So that Peter Obi will walk his way and this that's just fallacy. Let's forget about that.
What concerns me is some of these narratives. It just sounds so fanciful that that if Peter Obi becomes president, then everybody will cross party because it's so powerful.
They are not going to cross it to anywhere.
It's just ludicrous stuff.
I really want him to win so that he can be a shocker and set the brain of all this old cargo. That is all what I want. I'm not expecting anything from him because I expect something from Tinubu Buhari, but eventually disappoint. So I'm not really expecting anything, but I want shocker that will shock these people so that they will have common sense that okay, life is not like this, like the way they are ruling Nigeria, like okay, nobody else can take power from them. That is all I'm expecting. So let's move to next chapter.
All right, Baba.
Sorry, can I add this? But this is my point to Joel. Sorry, it got rowdy a little bit.
But just to acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat that is getting increasingly rowdy. I think Baba Kure is even feeling that frustration.
Yeah, sorry about that.
So if we just try and moderate ourselves, yeah.
Okay, so let me just add it, and also to add, let's understand that we have 3 tiers of government, and we all know that the judiciary is very corrupt, right? So imagine having a president that has to deal with the judiciary and the legislature. They will choke him to death. They will choke his government. Because even if he goes to court to challenge what they say in the house, the court will tell him, Omo, did you drop over there? Say, I didn't drop over there. Omo, you must drop here too. So anywhere it goes, he's not going to get anything done. And he's also facing three, 4 parties. What Akure was saying was even one-on-one, right? The prime minister has his own party in the house. Now imagine that you have a Labour Obi party that has nobody in the house, nobody in the Senate. That means he's facing 3, 4 parties that are there to steal money, and you're there in your cabinet. You can't pass any single thing. They can also, by the way, they can also veto your own laws. So unknown to Joel, they have over 75, right? 2/3, right? They can veto the president, right? According to the law. So they have that power too. And if you go to the court, they will also do that too. So let's be careful when we come up with scenarios like this. Okay, that's my point.
In addition to that, one man, please. If Obi should win, what I can predict is that PDP members in the House will work with him in the Assembly, in the National Assembly, because it's been part of them. He's been one of them. They know him. He will play game with them too, in order to have their support and run the government successfully. I mean, they have been. It's just what Yoruba says. It's just because of a little crisis among them that turn to stories. You know, they will work with him. He will play ball with them, and bring them closer so that he can run a successful government. I don't see how he will want to, fight or don't want to. He will cooperate. He will compromise some interests.
And you will see a lot of corruption fly here and there.
And it will fly. It will fly. Yes. That one is normal.
It will be an ineffectual president because he will not be able to do anything, and he will very quickly discover that he doesn't have the power that he imagines that he has.
If you want to
I just made dismissal about his candidacy. I think that is so wrong. If you see, there are two ways to fight corruption. You won't be always running after people to see, oh, let me get money from them. You can also prevent money to get into their hands. So the thing there is that even in America, you don't even see money to steal because everything is on electronics. But in Nigeria, you see people, you see some places where you still go and you pay cash, and that is where they make those money. That's where they get those money from. Corruption. Even in the United States today, there is corruption. The thing about corruption is this: if the head is not corrupt, you have cut down corruption by at least 50 to 60%. Then there are still those that will still go out. There are still those that will still go out and steal. Those ones will be dealt with by the law.
No, it's just fanciful stuff. But let's hear from Rational Mind. We have to vest some of these things in reality. It just concerns me, that sort of narrative. But Rational Mind, let's hear from you.
Yeah, you said we have to vest it on reality. Well, we also, most of us here, we talk like we are seers, that we can see by some kind of supernatural ability, we can foresee the future. Yeah, it stands to reason sometimes that when you look at the reality of that country, you can kind of like predict what might happen, what might possibly happen. Well, you see, one thing that we all should all understand is change is the most constant thing in life. And I believe that politics like we know it in any climes is always dynamic. It's not static. So we might say that Obi might not get the cooperation of people who are not from his party. One thing you should know, so like somebody brought out here when we were having this conversation, that the Nigerian presidency is the most powerful presidency in the world. When I mean in the world, I mean that fake constitution has granted the Nigerian, whoever becomes that president, to wield some kind of power and influence.
Exactly.
So you see,
Joel, mute yourself, Joel. Carry on.
You see, for me, and that is what I think Shore was banking on. You see, if you're a president, you can arouse the sentiment of the public. If Obi or whoever becomes, which I think that was what Shore was trying to do, if at all becomes the president, he would instigate the public, the Nigerian public, against the House, against the Parliament.
Well, that's what are you?
Hold on. You might think it's something that's never been done because we've never seen it before. Yeah, I'm telling you, if I were to be the president and I have the House that is divided, like I have all the houses belonging to different, and maybe I don't have any from my party that has that constitutes.
If you instigate the public against the Parliament and the Parliament holds firm, then what happens?
Well, I won't just do that outrightly. I'll play politics with them. But if they insist on wanting to frustrate me in the presidency, being the president, then I'll instigate the public against them.
Right.
Yeah.
Then what happens?
What I would do is, if it has to be that they have to start recalling them, I'll put it on the ballot that they should start recalling them. Have them recall. I cannot. Listen. It's all about.
No. Forgot. Follow through what you're saying. Recall all of them. Is that what you're saying?
I will put it to the public that I am not able to. Look, I'll put it to them. This is what I want to do. They won't allow me to do it.
Right.
It's up to you, each constituency, to start a process of recalling or talking to your House of Rep or your Rep members to cooperate with me. Of course, I would do I'll bring a populist agenda whereby people will see for what it is that I'm fighting for them. It is for their own interest. And so if they see it that way, I tell you, I will put money, through executive actions, I will get money. I will put jingles on the TV, on the radio. I will let every constituent know.
You mount a jingle campaign against the
No, it's not a jingle campaign. Just hold on. I will tell them in a plain. I mean, I'm not instigating them like maybe I you have used the word instigate, because it's just I'm really, really pissed with the way sometimes we talk about this at Parliament like if they are almighty.
No, forget that. Follow through with what you are saying.
I will tell the public through some kind of education. We have National Orientation Agency there. I will, through executive action, I will get money. I will pump it into that. They should go to each constituency and tell them what is going on in the parliament.
Right.
And I up to them to decide if they want to recall their members or call them to actions. That they need to support the president. They are frustrating my efforts in bringing about.
Yeah, but what
I promised them.
What if they stick and they are almost likely to stick to their position?
Like I said, I will actually do that. That will be the last resort for me. I will play ball with them. I will do everything. I will talk to them. I mean, on this platform here, it might sound like too. You see, it's all about bringing some kind of new innovation to governance.
No.
On your platform here, one man, I've said on your platform here. Let me explain myself.
Yeah.
On your platform here, I've said to you that I would ask the parliament to give me at least once in a month to address them. Yeah. Through my addressing them every month, I would appeal to them to see why they should support my agenda in bringing about the change that I promised the people when I got elected as the president. If I do that for some time and they keep frustrating me, I will do that.
All right. If they say that if they say to support you, they want to hold on to constituency projects, what would you do? Which we know is their pocket monies, is their looting. What would you do?
Again, like I said to you, it's all about education. Educate your people. Educate the people in the grassroots.
Right.
Send them out there. Put the jingles on it. Explain to them how it should be done. Even the constitution allows. Listen.
It's fanciful stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, you might say it's fanciful.
I hope you are listening as you are speaking.
I hope don't. You are talking to derisory. I mean, the way you're speaking.
Sorry, I apologize. I didn't intend it like that. It sounds far fetched.
Well, that's what I'm saying to you. We've never seen. You see, we've never seen. Okay, look at how this guy is going about. I mean, the last time I saw this was during the Awolowo time.
Right.
Awolowo will come to what we used to call Igberiko then, in some part of the western region. Then he will come and he would. I mean, they will put table on it, or you put table and he will stand on it. He will talk. He will address the villagers.
You want to stand on table?
Hold on. I'm going somewhere. Don't let me forget I don't want to mix up my thoughts here. What I'm saying is this. I'm saying that with Obi. Obi go to people. He speak to them. Not that somebody will just go and sit on the podium and party member will surround him and then we'll be talking to a large crowd of about 30,000 or 500,000 people at the same time. No, it goes to people like a town hall. It talks to them. So I've never seen any of the presidential candidates done that. I mean, maybe she already did that, but let's just maybe like a major candidate in this election. Obi is doing that.
What if they impeach you? What would you do about that?
Again, the public. I have to arouse the thing. I will arouse if that comes to that. I will arouse the public against them.
Yeah, you're already out of government.
Oh, you see, it won't amount to that. It won't amount to that.
It won't amount to that.
Yeah, I won't let it get to that point. If they want to play ball, I'll play ball with them.
Do you know why Lawanda? Do you know why Oshibanjo sacked Lawanda?
Oshibanjo sacked.
Yeah, the former DSS.
No, I will not send the military against them. I will not send the DSS against them. I won't shut down the National Assembly. No, this is public opinion. You will influence. Listen. You will influence the public.
Do you know why they rolled the DSS against the Senate?
If I remember very well, I think they were doing something. I don't know. I can't remember too well. Somebody can help me out. But I know
there were rumors that Saraki was going to move to impeach Buhari. That's why
maybe that was what was going on. But in that instance, they said, "Hold on." They sent
you. Come on, man.
You sometimes when people say certain things that has never been done before, it sounds far-fetched.
No.
It sounds far-fetched. It's because we've never seen governance. Most generation of people who are older might understand what I'm trying to say. I grew up to see some of the footage of those people like Atiku when they go to town, places like that, and then they sit and then they address the public. They talk to people, small group of people. At least I know of when Awolowo did it in 1979.
Who will approve your budget?
One man. I'm not going to play politics. I'm not going to play toxic politics with them. I would. That's like what I just said to you now. I just explained will be the last thing that I would do.
To get them on board, it will involve corruption because they are corrupt.
I will play ball with them. I will play ball with them.
So you facilitate their
corruption. At the same time, they will have to play my own ball. But I won't facilitate. No, I won't facilitate anything.
Well, that's all they care about is corruption.
That is why I'm saying. I know I've also always said that on this platform. Nigerians need to be educated. You need to educate them. You need to let them know their rights. You need to know what is doable or what is not doable. What power they wield over.
This is what frustrates me.
It sounds fanciful, yeah.
No, it does sound fanciful.
It sounds fanciful.
I'm glad you realize it.
No, you are. I'm using your word. Yes. I'm quoting you. It sounds fanciful, like that is what you will use. But I'm saying that will be the last resort. I will play ball with them. That's why I said, like on your platform, I said I will beg them every month. Let me address them. Let me address them every month. My address is to appeal to them to see why we should move the country forward.
You appeal to the better conscience.
Listen. Their money will be paid to them. But whatever. Go on. What wants to say? Somebody should speak. You want to speak?
I'm saying that public opinion only goes so far. Actually, in America, they call it the honeymoon phase. It's only 6 months that people would tolerate that appeal. At some point, they will ask the Omo, you are the president, figure it out. Leave us alone.
If you come out.
Yes, that's what they will turn against you eventually. Go look at Barack's Obama story now. When he came in, he had the same thing you're talking about. And
they will turn against me as well. When I had their vote.
Let me use a different word.
I mean, if people we're just afraid of change sometimes. We're afraid of things that are new. New things. Because we've been used to this old ways of doing things.
Go and figure it out.
It doesn't
go and figure it out. But media, this scenario is even worse compared to Obama because at least the man has some people in the house. In this scenario that you guys are presenting, LP has nobody to defend him. So the job of his own members in the house is to help him out in the legislature. Obi cannot go into that presidency without having anybody at all in the sector or in the house. It's my point.
It will be held hostage.
He must have at least 1/3.
Rational mind. Tell me how you're going to confirm any of your appointments. And how are you going to fund anything?
Yeah,
and also tell me. Guys, also let me finish. Also tell me any executive decision you pass. Tell me how you're going to prevent it from getting sent to getting sent for a lawsuit. They're gonna like sue you for some executive decision.
Who will sue me?
Answer those 3 questions.
I don't get your 3 questions. What are
because there were too many voices. So if you let him repeat it, go on.
How are you going to appoint your nominees? Because it has to pass in the House and the Senate. Maybe the Senate. Sorry. Then how are you going to fund any budget? Then the last thing, if you can't pass anything through the legislative body, if you need to pass anything, you have to do it by fiat, by executive fiat, and they can sue the executive order, take it to court, and it will just linger in court. How are you going to prevent those 3? How are you going to go get around those 3 things?
You will go to public opinion.
Okay, hold on. So talking about hold on. What I'm saying here, I just believe. Listen, I believe one man. I believe that your platform, because we've always said that on your platform. Yeah. So many things we say here. We hear some of our politicians say it. That's what they are. They are listening to us. Either they or those policy makers in Nigeria, they are listening to us. They listen to this platform and some other platform where we speak. Now let me go straight to your question. That is why I'm saying that. So whoever becomes the president, maybe they could steal that idea. Well, it's up to anybody. Now, what you said concerning my confirming, when I get in there, somebody, I think it was a woman this morning, we were arguing with somebody this morning that Tinubu cannot do it, only Atiku can do it. No, Tinubu can do it. Tinubu has been there. He has been a governor. If he ever becomes the president, I expect him to be able to go in on the day of his swearing in, 1 or 2 days after that, start swearing in all his ministers and everything. He should have done everything that before during the transition period before it transition and becomes the president or whoever does that. So it's something that anybody can do.
They need to be confirmed.
The questions to put to you. So
okay, now the question is from the get-go. I'm not going to give any clue of whatever that I want to be combative with them. I want to get into a fight with them. I'll play ball with them, get all my nominees taken care of. They're all set and good to go with me from the get-go. No problem.
What does play ball with them mean?
You have to pay for that, right? You have to bribe for that.
Pay for what? Pay for what? What am I going to pay? Don't they get money? Don't they get money to pay for this? I'm not listen.
Or you play basketball, or which ball you want to play?
I'm not going to tamper.
You see why it's
listen. But you guys realize that each government that leaves, the budget that they had previously spills over, and the new president that comes in has to go by that budget. Do you know that?
Carry on.
So if that's the case, then what do I need to give them? We'll go to by that budget. So the first few 3 months or 2 months, I get all my nominees confirmed. You're good to go with me.
You have to bribe, not within the budget parameters. For a sitting president will have to bribe his own party to get his bill in the Senate and in the House.
Are you talking about
even
in his own my party? Nominees first? I'm talking about my nominees. I need to get my nominees.
Your nominees, they will kick against your nominees. You have to bribe to get your nominees
in. That's the way it works in Nigeria.
That's the way it works. Even in America, they pay favors. Politics.
They get made favors with who? I'm going to pay high. The president will pay the House members or the senators.
They deal in America. Maybe it's not cash, but they deal.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You people just come here and just start talking. I don't even understand what you people are talking about. What is Babati and Kaluta talking about?
Right.
Where is it done in America?
This explanation it has been carried out and tested before on Peter Obi when he won for the first time in Anambra, and he didn't have any legislative power. He was impeached. All this one you were saying, the whole what he was doing, but he was impeached. So how are you going to do it?
But how did he get it? How did he get it back?
No, not through the court.
So what are we talking about? The court is there.
President, you go to court, Abby.
I mean, we're fighting in court.
And that lasted for like 3 years. That court process lasted for 3 years.
Let me explain to you.
Just keep trying to be contrarian on this matter.
He went to court because he was not the president. He was the governor. There was still upper power. There was still command above him that could change that decision for him. When you come to president and Supreme Court remove you, you can't go nowhere else again. It's Supreme Court. It's not
it's not as easy you people. You see, we've so resigned ourselves to this mentality of what has happened in the past. And we base it on that. Because we never say anything so new. But when somebody tries to do something new or somebody's trying to bring something new,
you already said it all. You already said it all.
Guys, I'm so surprised that. Go on.
Rational mind, you already said it all. You don't need to say. You say you are going to play ball, and we know what that means. That means that
what I mean, play ball. Hold on.
That defeats everything.
Hold on now.
That is it. So forget about any other thing.
Listen. It's stick and carrots, right? Stick and carrots. Now, what I'm saying is this: their money. Hold on.
Now eating carrot, are you? Okay.
Hold on now. Their money will be released to them. Whatever allowance they get, they will get it. Get my nominees confirmed. Get my bills through. But then after 1 or 2 years, I'm going to set the target.
1 or 2 years.
After 1 year, I'm going to set the target. Now,
it doesn't work.
Sorry, we must move on. It's just
you give and take, right? It is give and take. You give to them, and they give to you. It's give and take. Rational mind.
That's what I'm saying to you. I won't play ball throughout. I won't play ball throughout.
Let me help you out a bit. That will work only if you have some of your members in the house to help you out. But this one-man mopo system of government will not work. Is my point. I agree with you that
it's not a one-man. It's not a one-man mopo. I'm not going to play one-man.
No. But I agree with you. I'm saying that will only work if you have your own members in there to help
mobilize the masses. It's going to
my point.
Listen. That will be the last thing I said I'm going to do. Don't get it wrong. I'm not saying like from the get-go I'm going to start. That's not it. It's if they do not want my bills and whatever that I want to do for my people who voted me in, the Nigerian people, then I have to put it there. That's what I would do. That would be my last resort.
All right.
But definitely.
Thank you, Babati.
Okay.
Just round it off in a couple more sentences, and then we get back to Babati.
Well, woman, for me, I know it sounds too good to be true, or something from
radical for our simple minds. It's too radical for our simple minds.
I tell you, if somebody could, play politics the way I just said it, I tell you, things can be changed in that country. That's what I'm trying to say.
I believe you. Only if you have your own people in the house to help you out. You can't have Obi fighting them for 4 years. That's ridiculous. You can't have them.
No, the whole thing is ridiculous, isn't it, Babati? So hold on, everybody. Let's just bring it back into the space of reality. The parliament in every country, they frustrate the executive, and then you have to know how to rub against them in order not to rub them up the wrong way. They say what's this called? They say the balancing of powers. So that still exists. When Saraki was there as the Senate president, even he being a northerner, he been APC having the majority in the party, he frustrated the Buhari regime so much that they moved hell to, and then you some random person that you say you have popular will, and then you come and you dictate terms to the parliament, and then if they don't jump through hoops, you would yam. Oh, you forget all that now. Come on now. Let's keep it within the realms of reality. But back to you, Baba Akure.
Well, I have made my final contribution on that, but it is good the way we just talk about it. But that is not real. That is not real. There is no way you can work alone without having a parliament member that belongs to your own party. So that is just it.
All right. Thank you, Baba Akure. So, Baba Akure, for reasons of time, because I think Joel of Nashville, he has to go to dinner with his family, and he has been waiting for so long. So he just wanted to have a say or two before he. Are you still with us, Joel? By the way.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes. So we come to you, Joel, and then we'll take you. In fact, let's hold you in that space because you seem to be of that thought that if Peter Obi lands in the Aso Rock seat, he will just start flogging everybody into shape, and everybody will toe the line, and he will use executive order to rule the country, and everything is hunky dory. So, what is this narrative you are painting? Is this Tales by Moonlight, Joel?
Okay, this is where I'm coming from. Good morning, by the way, afternoon and evening, wherever you're residing. The P2B phenomenon is well, I would say it this way: if it's big enough to push out the two major political parties, then that alone shows the political parties that the people are not with them. Whatever P2B says at that time remains a gospel to the people. At that same time, the people in the National Assembly would not want to hurt the president, which is the people's president, because they will be thinking about their constituency. Now, this is the thing. When you present a budget, there was something P2B said. He said that when they asked him how he was going to fight corruption, he said that it is easy, that he was going to cut it down by 60, 70%. And how will he do it? Whatever you present to the House, this is not a case of where you say your kitchen is going to go up $3 billion and 3 billion naira, your to barb your hair is going to cost 100 million. This is not going to happen under P2B. So when he sends a budget, it is going to be a populist budget. It is going to be a budget geared towards solving critical areas of the economy. So by doing so, by being sincere in the first place, you have cut down a lot of problems you will have with the National Assembly. The issue about having problems with the National Assembly always comes up with interests, of which sometimes the president is culpable. If you go and bring in the Tanko Mohammed, for instance, you are bound to have problem with with the National Assembly. If you bring in a Falana, they might listen to you. It might be, oh, okay, well, but it won't be a fight. Why? Because at the back of the mind, you know that the person being presented is what the salt. When you bring in fairness in government, the rancor reduces. You reduce the rancor in government when you cut down the corruption. If you are not stealing, there is no reason anyone under you. Because it is when you put your own, they will not look at it and say, oh, president put like this. Okay, let me go and put my own. But if they know that the president is not stealing, those under him will already know that, dude, this man is not putting anything. I do not want to put in anything. I do not want to put in anything. I'll be compelled not to. And if I still go ahead and do it, the law will come for me, and he is not going to protect me. So I do not see much. If he's going to work with them, he has done it before. The last time he was impeached, what was the reason? Because sometimes people will say, why was he impeached? Is that not what we are fighting for in Nigeria? We want a Nigeria where we can come back to, at least you talk to your governor and tell governor, look, this thing is bad. And the governor will listen. He came in and you told him that they've already signed a contract for 481 million to renovate the government house that was burned by the Oba under Ngige. He said, okay. He went, the other one, they say it was 281 million. He said, okay. He went back and looked at it and said, they called some contractors, they looked at it and told him, okay, this thing you say is 481 million, we can actually do it for about 200 million. This one, you say it is 281 million, they can actually do it for 80 million. And that was the problem. They said that he did not pass due process. He did not pass due process in cutting money for the state, in being frugal with funds. So we need to understand.
You know that's a narrative. Joe. I've been doing one or two little videos. I have about 5 that I've not yet released. I've been doing 1 or 2 videos on the Peter Obi space, but it is that sort of a narrative that somewhat it rubs me in a certain type of way that makes me want to go digging into it. So that's Peter Obi's narrative now. And we know
it's not Peter Obi's narrative.
No, I've heard him say exactly what you're saying severally. But carry on. But is this storytelling?
If you are from the southeast and you stay in Anambra within his time, you will see what we're talking about.
Oh, all right.
He had to step on toes in order to correct things, like what he did with insecurity at the Head Bridge. He had to step on toes because you see, the Amono system has its way. There are like the top people that control these people. Those people you see on the street, and those ones are the ones making the collection. The main people that make the sharing at the top, there are big boys too. Some of them you see them, they have 2-3 story building. They're driving one of the best cars, but they are fitting off the people.
So Drill, what's your point? You're saying charisma is going to carry the day, or what exactly are you trying to get to?
No, what I'm saying is this, right? If you we are talking about rancor with the National Assembly. If you present a budget, which is about one of those times where you have rancor between the executive and the legislature. If you come into budget time, the reason why they always have problem is because there is so much corruption embedded in the budget. If the budget is people focused, economic focused, you know, you won't have much of this problem. That's my point.
If you're making any point though, I mean, if it's people focused, if it's that focused, if it's that, what are the mechanics to push it through the House and the Senate?
No, you
whether it's
present
people
it.
focused or not
Hold
people
on.
focused.
You present
Tell
your
us.
budget. You have just seen the budget, so we are just like preambling, right? But I am telling you what he did in Anambra. You go in there, you present your budget. You tell them this is what you want to do. These are critical areas where I want to invest. That is it. So as long as what I'm saying now is like, as long as the Senate look at the paper now and there is no corruption attached to it, it will be hard for them to say we do not want this. For instance, if we present something like, okay, let's do a borrowing to go to work on the power sector.
Joel, you live in the US. You know that is not even possible in the US. You know what they call POC projects and all those things. You know, to pass a budget, they pad it with all sorts of corruption.
Yes,
even in the United States of America. And you are telling me that Obi will take a budget and everybody will start singing Kumbaya, oh Lord, Kumbaya, oh Lord.
The padding you're talking about, remember, the padding you're talking about starts from the executive. That is my point.
Forget the executive.
That's my point.
Hold on. Joel, please hold on. Let me tell you how the budget works. So the national budget is not a document coming from the executive. You know that. So the national budget. No, it is not. The national budget. No, can you hold? Let me paint the picture. Then you disagree. The national budget has the executive having their budget. All of the satellite parastatals that host the function of government, they have their budget. The Senate has its own budget. The Assembly has its own budget. Then all of these things are then condensed into one national budget. So I'm not sure how you're going to have oversight of all of that to avoid the padding. And when that whole document is put together, it is then presented to the Parliament to sign it off. You know, so if the Parliament presents their budget to add on to that space and they pad it with all manners of things, and you say that you are this hero coming to fight corruption, and you are going to delete their dues, they just refuse to pass it. So I mean,
padding in America comes from lobbyists. They're the ones that through the legislature they pad it with what they want, not the executive. Okay, you just want me that.
Yes, and the thing there is this, right? When you bring in a budget to someone like Peter Obi, you are not bringing it to someone like Buhari. You see, the personality matters. If you don't know who Peter Obi is, he's not that person that you just bring any document and you present it to him. You just say, okay, let's go. Many things is going to change. When he is talking about reducing the cost of governance, he is going to reduce the cost of governance. Especially with the way, especially like some policies, we're talking about policies like, where do we buy our cars from? The little things that we think that it does not matter. What about buying Nigerian products? These are policies.
Those are just pedestrian.
You know what I'm saying? These are policies that
those are not the things that move the economy. Those are not the things. That's not the money space. Buying.
What moves the economy? One man. What is one man talking about?
I don't know. One man. See. We tend to look. This is the problem. I am one of those that think that we should go back to regional system of government. Do you know the reason why? Because at the end of the day, we spent at least 2 to 3 billion to 37 heads. You see, 37 people. It took about many things to get 37 people elected to be as governors of the state. We have seen the way they are frittering these funds. Look at Wike. We are talking about Wike earlier on. I was listening to you people. We are talking about Wike. The money Wike knows that the reason what Wike is trying to do is, for a politician, he likes that when he's finishing office, he gets to the next office. That is how you remain relevant. But he knows that immediately he gets out of this power, this money, reverse money, will not be coming that way. He's no more the CEO. It will be hard for him to put the resources the way he is pulling. So his influence, immediately he leaves as governor, will go down to at least 40 to 30%. That's why he is doing what he is doing. This is the thing. So I would wish we go back to regional system of government. The reason why the owls had money to do, just check it out. How much goes to, say, Southwest? If you calculate the whole money that goes to Southwest from the Federation account, you might say maybe around 25 billion. If you give one person 25 billion, he will be able to allocate their area. That was where they were able to build the first television, all those things. I will have this free education because it was one man. The government was smaller. Here we have 37, and we don't only have 37. We also have 37 state assemblies. It is hard. It is hard. So that is the thing. So we need a change. That is my point. We need a change. And when we get there, as long as P2B, as long as P2B present, as long as P2B present budgets that are people oriented, that are people focused, and allow the people to drive it, as long as he does not have any skirmishes around the budget, I believe the people will give him the support, and he will not have problem with the National Assembly as we anticipated.
You know one thing I will concede, Joel. If Peter Obi ever becomes the president in 2023, he will have a honeymoon period of about a year or two, which he will get that window because they want to see what is going on. Because that will so shock the system that the parliament will have to yield to the will of the people and allow him just a window of opportunity to manifest himself. But there's nothing in Peter Obi to suggest that he will be able to cope with that space, but maybe he may be able to. But if that happens, then yes, I think the parliament will just to acknowledge the will of the people, because there will be a people's president. And I don't think even the Nigerian parliament will want to go against the people. So they'll probably give him a year and a half just to see the cut of his jeep. But that's in the land of the fanciful, though. But
in that realm, in that case, right? If he goes into government, the people, it is a people-oriented government. The House, like you said, would not want to tamper with him. Now, this is the thing. Or my prayer is just this. Let him get.
Forget the prayer. Forget the prayer now. How will the politicians recoup the investment they made in getting elected? You're trying to tell me they're going to be high and dry for 2 years, and they will let you just ride. They invested money to get elected, remember.
They should go and eat from the one that they have stolen in the past. That is not, it's not for me to discuss. What I'm trying to make you understand is this. If you have a government that comes into power and decide to work for the people, I do not care how much the politician make or they may lose. And that's the reason why P2B is saying that there is no way we can be paying 100 million, 40 million for to buy forms in political parties, where in the United States you can get forms for
no. That's just hold on. That's just populist mantra chanting. Now that doesn't work in reality. We cannot do populist mantra chanting. That's one of the that's one of the things that irritate. In fact, that's singularly. Hold on. That's the singular thing that irritates me about Peter Obi the most. Populist mantra chanting. Populism, chanting to populism. It's just cheap stuff.
But one man, what is populism? Whenever we say we want to do something different,
kumbayaism now. Politics is not kumbayaism.
Hold on. Why is it that whenever we want to do something different, you always come up with this narrative that we are going to, it is too pedestrian?
That is one man for you.
I mean, you cannot be oversimplifying people's emotions. You cannot oversimplify what we are going through now as a nation.
All right,
that's my point.
I'll take that back. But for me personally, that's how I see it. But of course, you are entitled to your views. Yes, of course, yeah. But I do find it somewhat simplistic that it alarms to popular hit songs, and then the audience echoes. So it's like Davido going to a concert and singing.
What is popular? What is popular?
Doing the right thing?
Yes.
Doing the right thing is popular?
It's populist. It's populist talking points now.
But that is the right thing that we are. Oh my God!
So that I will make my cronies rich, like Atiku said.
No, forget Atiku.
It's not populist, right?
Look,
Joe, you guys know say all this na Cinderella story. I mean, you know the nature of Nigeria. You know the nature of our politics. You have to
What's the nature of Nigerian politics?
The nature of our politics is very corrupt across the board.
Very corrupt. So look at
our Chief Justice. Start with that. Chief Justice of Law. The number one. Look at how corrupt he is. Then you're now talking about willing and dealing House of Rep. Come on now, let's get away from this high horse.
And hold on, Kulata, do you know why the CGN was corrupt? It's corrupt. Look, let me tell you something. You see, Nigerians. I was telling someone, we love trends, we love actions, we hardly pay attention to process. What was the process that brought these guys in? If tomorrow, Atiku is not talking to you. The other day, Peter went to Egypt. Everyone was like, why did you go to Egypt? Why did you go? All this while now, Tinubu had been in France and Atiku had been in Spain, and wherever he is. Nobody is talking. And is this a double standard? Look, let me tell you. What we are saying is that whatever thing we have been going through in the past.
No, there is no double standard. Tinubu jetted out. He didn't tell us what he's going to do.
That's what I'm telling you.
That of Obi said is going to solve our electricity problem. You want to go and acquire knowledge on how to solve our electricity power.
Yes.
So there are two different. Things.
And when he went there, you saw the reason why. You see, it's something he said. The reason why he did that was that Egypt, India, and one other country, they are the three countries that has built, one of the fastest that have built a power company in record time, and they have added more in the past 5 years. That was why he said, let him go to Egypt. And when he went to Egypt, he had the assurances. You can imagine. Look at what he said. He says, Siemens, the same Siemens that we have been contracting here, we've been telling to come and build our power station in Nigeria. He said, how were you able to build for these people in 5 years? 15,000 megawatts. But you've not been able to do it for Nigeria. You know what he said? He said that in Nigeria, they've been going for meetings. It has been meetings for the past 3 years.
Siemens is delivering transformers next month. Calm down. They're already working with Siemens. That was a redundant.
No. There are other aspects of our power. Transformers to do what? What is our generation capacity? What is our transmission capacity? That is what we are talking about. All these things ought to have been addressed with the deal that was going to be signed by Siemens, because Siemens was going to build a fresh power station, a transmission line, and feed it to the grid. They've been talking for 3 years. And you know what? He asked the Egyptians, how long did it take you to discuss this thing? He said 1 month. It tells a lot about the people we have in government.
You can get that from Google.
Look, let me tell you.
Do you know the difference between Nigeria and Egypt? Egypt is run by dictator. Hold on. Yeah, Egypt is run by dictator, no democracy. Nigeria is run by democracy. Too many bureaucracy, too many bottlenecks. Hold on, people. Too many bottlenecks, too many bureaucracy, and that are the challenges that Obi has to solve. Solving the electricity problem is not a problem. We know the problem. All the problems are created by Nigerians. Our own peculiarities, we know we can solve it by ourselves. It is not when you travel to Egypt that we know how to solve the problem, electricity problem. We know all the problems that compounds our electricity problem. Number one, the constitutional problem and other problems. We can do it. You don't need to travel to anywhere to get the idea on how to solve the problem.
What constitutional problem?
Huh?
Sorry, Joel. What Ajanle Koko is explaining to you, and Ajanle Koko, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the Nigerian electricity problem is not a problem of generation and distribution. It's a problem of bureaucracy and constitution. So because it's very even a Nigerian engineer can write a roadmap for the electricity, so they don't even need cement for that. But the problem is in the constitution and the bureaucracy, which Ajanle Koko, is saying that by virtue that the Egyptians, they have like a dictatorship there, they cut through all of that just by because you know what they told Peter Obi when he went there. They said, he said, how did you get it? He said the president gave Siemens a sovereign guarantee because he was in a position to do that, and that was what facilitated the fast tracking of that, a sovereign guarantee. The Nigerian president cannot give a sovereign guarantee without passing it through parliament, and then the bureaucracy comes in, and then everything starts to, it's the constitution and the bureaucracy, not the generation and distribution.
But Buhari could borrow over $3 billion to build a railway from Niger Republic into Nigeria. Look, let me tell you. See, it is about the mindset of the person at the driver's seat.
All right.
It is about the mindset of whoever that becomes the president. Whatever
so you agree with us. So Joel, you agree with us that it doesn't necessarily have to travel to Egypt to know the solution to the problem.
No,
the problem is inward, and you can solve it. Hold on, you can solve it inward.
No,
he can solve the problem is inward. He can solve once he's able to break that constitutional problem and that bureaucracy. The problem is solved.
I don't know where you work at. I don't know where you work, right? I don't know where you work, right? Do you have to do training?
What do you mean? What has that got to do with this discussion?
No, I asked you a question.
What's the training got to do with it?
I'm asking you a question. I'm
right,
somewhere.
Go to where you want to be, Joel.
Okay. The reason why I talked about training is this, right? If you have a job, you finish from school, and you go into a job, and they ask you to do some training. There's a reason why they ask you to do that training. It's a whole lot of departments in probably where you're working at, the system you're going to use, how things are being done there. That's the reason why. So they specify you, they build you to their own specification. So what's
your point? What's your point? Go straight to your point. Yes, say
you cannot rush me, okay? I allowed you to finish.
No, so tell us, be specific.
Allow me to finish.
Go straight to point.
Allow me to just flow.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So the thing there is that with Peter Obi, when you go out and learn, there is something about it. When you go out and you see someone that has done it, there's a reason why even a business that asks you for mentorship, if you might even solve your problem, but it might take you a whole lot of time to do it. If you go to someone that has the same, like a contemporary, and you go in there and you look at them and see, okay, how did you do this? It is easier for you to say, okay, this is the way these people did it. If they could do it, then we can. It gives that kind of assurance at the back of your hand that, look, I have seen it where it is done. So even when I come back here, and because he's been talking to people in the Nepal and all those places, they tell him things. And when he compares what he is saying, he sees that especially there is issue about manpower training. There's different issues that are going on. So there is no problem with him going there to say, okay, Egypt, you're doing this. Let me look at how you're doing it. And I have that belief that it is happening. That is my point. So let us form people whatever they go to learn.
So did he speak to the Nigerian Minister of Power to identify where the peculiarity is in Nigeria? Did he do that?
With the way Nigerian politics is, do you think the Minister of Power will allow him audience?
Of course he will. Why wouldn't he?
No. Who is he? Is he? He's just someone from the outside.
Joel, can I say something? He doesn't need to speak to anybody. Like Ajalekoko said, Nigeria's situation is unique to Nigeria. Our constitution is number one problem. Hold on, either I am on your side. I agree that Obi going to Egypt to learn about how they did it itself is not a crime. It's not a crime. Whatever education he got from there, that could also be used if he becomes president, probably to bring a change in that power sector. But the Nigerian situation is unique in the sense that the constitution vested is part of the exclusive list, power supply. They have one national grid. If you want to see growth in that, in the Nigerian context, make it liberal. Let states, with companies, to generate power for states. However each state wants to do it, it's up to each state to do it. If they want to give it to some licensed individuals, let them have the power to do that. I tell you, that sector will open. People will be able to generate power in that country. But when you invest it on the federal government,
yeah, but that's a policy matter now. That's not in Egypt. That's a policy matter. That is Atiku's plan, by the way. What you're describing.
Well, come on, man! Don't sell me Atiku here. I don't want to hear that Atiku.
No, but you are the one selling him. You are talking about.
What did I sell him for? No, it's something I know. But he was there. The Atiku you're talking about was there. What did he do? He collected money from Siemens. So what are we talking about? Are you talking about the same guy who was part of the problem? Come and solve the problem for us again.
And to help you, right? You see, one of the problems when they looked at the issue going on in the power sector, they found out that most of those people that picked up those licenses had no capacity. So that's why I said the process really matters.
Joel, quick run through. We can easily boil down Nigerian power problem less than 30 seconds. The generation, Mambila power plant, we're stuck. To make any progress is that we have to pay 400 million to the contract because we signed a dubious contract before. So they can't make any progress in Mambila power plant. For what is being done in Egypt relies on gas infrastructure. We don't yet have that gas infrastructure. Then that's generation. Now transmission. When Siemens they've started working on that. At least there's a little bit of movement on that, but we need massive investment in transmission. Distribution, Jonathan already privatized it, and they are bad deals. There's nothing we can do on that distribution that will not make us pay back because they're going to sue us. That's the quick summary of our power problems without talking too much. And then, of course, you guys have talked about the constitutional issues. Tell me how you can get that. How you can resolve that quickly with all the lawsuits and
the solution to all that you described is not in Egypt, it's in Nigeria.
No, this is the thing, right? See, we can always have our own problems.
Wow,
right?
man!
Our own unique problems. Right? We can always have our own unique problems in Nigeria. Yeah, there are unique ways to solve it in Nigeria, but there's no harm in acquiring more education or more training in order to make you have that belief that you can actually do it. Whatever thing you want to do, it has been done somewhere, so you can always go out there and get information on how to do things.
Are you starting to understand, Joel, why the word pedestrian always comes in?
It's not pedestrian at all. It can never be pedestrian. I rebuke that word. I rebuke that word.
To complex problems.
Because
when
it's so
I say
simple.
it speaks to populism, when he goes to Egypt under this blaze of publicity and he does all this hoo-ha, he says he's going to do a comparative study. This is cheap stuff. It's just
no. He said that he's going to that this is what he said. He said that if he is elected the president, then he's going to go to all the 37 states and have a town hall meeting.
Look at that.
To the whole 37 states in the first 1 month.
That's waste of funds, Joel. That's waste of funds.
It's not waste of funds. Look, let me tell you something. You see, let me tell you. He's telling you from his own experience as a governor. Whenever you have this, we are talking about all those bureaucracy. Whenever we have these issues about, we're giving funds to Ministry of Finance. If you know what it takes for that money to get to the final destination, how many money that has gotten off. He made a point when he was the governor of Anambra State, the way he revamped the educational system. They will go to a school and they will say, what is this fund? They say, they submitted this budget things He goes to the government paper. What will he see? He sees like 180 million. When he goes back and asks the woman, madam, how much will it take you to do this? The woman will say 40 million.
Right there, the answer to that since morning.
And what you went to go and dump it there.
Is it not this why he get this since morning?
How is it now?
You see, this is the thing. When people forget to mute themselves, we do hear some. I'm hoping we don't hear something too funky one of these days. In his private life is just like we have him on the screen. What do you mean? Am I not but carry on, yeah.
So, but please, so that is where I am coming from. Let him get in there. I believe at the back of every one of us.
Sorry to interject. In America, how many town hall did Obama attend?
Oh no, don't answer that. Just carry on and land your point.
And by the way, Obama had a lot of town hall meetings, and that's
I don't want to debate Obama. Just round off where you were.
Round up, yeah. So that is the thing, right? When he gets in there, I do not have problem with him. Having I don't see him having so much problem with there must be rancors here and there, but it won't be as serious because if he presents a good budget, a budget devoid of pardon from his own office, it will be hard for others to do so. And if he questions any pardon, he will be in the right to do so. And people will support him and say, why would you? So I believe that the change that is coming to Nigeria is going to be organic. It's going to be organic. Look, most of us are talking about changing the constitution. It takes 2/3 of not just the National Assembly, but every state in Nigeria. That is where the problem. I think 2/3 of all the states in Nigeria. Where are you going to get that from? When the state cannot do it. So whatever we're going to do as pertaining to change in Nigeria, it has to be organic, it has to be precise, and it has to be people-oriented. We are going to get it right, I believe, but we cannot get it right with APC and PDP. If you have spent the amount of money you have spent in order to get elected, there is no way if you go in there, you are going to do the people's wish. You are going to do the wishes of your goons so that they can continue to perpetrate the oppression that you have bestowed on the people of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant, well put. So thank you, Joel. So brilliant, well put. So always brilliant, of course. Joel. You disagree with a lot of things that he says, but you can never disagree with the sharpness of his brain. A brilliant mind.
Can I ask Joel? I see you work night shift. Are you like a hostelist or something?
Am I like a what?
A hostelist. I saw you wearing scrubs the other day.
I'm a nurse.
Oh, nice. What floor do you work at?
Message.
Oh, with tele?
Say?
With telemetry or no tele?
No. I'm not on the tele department. I'm just doing like I'm just on the floor. Job message floor.
All right.
I beg the no for before that I arrest you for all kind of vesting. I beg.
Bring that call.
This is the thing. Where were you when Equiribado needed you? Where were you? Look at that. So thank you, Joel. So let's go from you. Let's go from you, Joel, to Babati. And gentlemen, if Babati can have the space just to flesh out, you can interject, but only if you really must. But because I think if you note what Alexander Gomez was just saying via super chat, he says it's getting increasingly rowdy with just too many voices cascading over each other. So let's let Babati just run through if he can. So after realizing Akpabio forged primaries result, APC chairman Adamu pulls out of suit to compel electoral body Inec to publish Akwa Ibom ex-governor's name as senatorial candidate. So that's a long-winded headline that pretty much details everything that transpired old politics still holding court. Did you hear me read it out, Babati?
No, let me use my time now. I'll be back. Okay, just move on to the next person. Just
all right, brilliant. So let me go to you then, Kulata. Kulata, I want to just read through that again, just for the benefit of refreshing in the memory, because it's quite alarming stuff. I'll try and speed through it just as quickly as I can. The national chairman of the All Progressives Congress APC, Abdullahi Adamu, has withdrawn from a suit filed against the Independent National Electoral Commission over the exclusion of former Senate Minority Leader Godswill Akpabio as the party's candidate in Akwa Ibom Northwest Senatorial District. Correspondents learned that Akpabio filed a case at the Federal High Court Abuja against Inec for excluding his name from the list of candidates for the 2023 general election. Adamu, who was said to be a party in the case, withdrew on Monday after he realized documents allegedly presented by the former minister were forged. Trouble started when words got to Senator Adamu that the documents filed in court were forged and that the chairman was in for an embarrassment of monumental proportion that will expose both the national chairman and the party to ridicule. The moment the APC national chairman was drawn to the fact that Akpabio has once more approached the court with forged documents in his so-called enforcement suit, the party had to withdraw from the suit filed on Friday last week. I can tell you authoritatively that Akpabio is on his own with the suit. He has caused more than enough damage to the APC in Akwa Ibom, and we can't aid him to wreak more havoc than he has already. Resident Electoral Commissioner of Inec in Akwa Ibom, Mr. Mike Igini, earlier said the commission would not recognize Akpabio as the party's candidate for the senatorial district. So this is where I want you to really pay attention, Kulata, because it goes from here, from the sublime to the farcical, not even to the ridiculous, to the farcical. This is where the farce begins. Speaking on the morning show and Arise TV news and current affairs breakfast program on Monday, Igini said it is the height of irresponsibility for the former minister to fraudulently claim he emerged through a rerun election conducted by himself for himself in which he won. According to him, it is shameful that Akpabio can parade himself as a senatorial candidate in an election that was successfully conducted and concluded on May the 27th, 2022, where one Udom emerged. Igini accused the former Senate Minority Leader of taking his impunity a step further by tagging his illegality as a rerun. And these are his words. He says, look, we are election managers. We know the meaning of rerun. A rerun election presupposes a previous election. And in a rerun election, the Supreme Court is very clear. It can only take place amongst those who were part of the first exercise. And Akpabio was never part of the exercise, but at all material times, a presidential aspirant is stated. He also clarified that in spite of Akpabio boasting that he has Inec in Abuja in his pocket and can therefore unilaterally substitute candidates as he pleases, the commission recognizes only candidates who emerge from primaries it monitored. On the crisis engulfing the state chapter of the APC, which has resulted in the emergence of two factions, Igini said that based on the outcome of the APC State Congress held on October the 16th, 2021, INEC recognized Augustine as the authentic chairman of the party, who won with 1,278 votes, whilst the candidate backed by the former minister scored 006. So that's 6. But it is quite worth noting that 006. So the winner won with 1,278, but the candidate backed by Godswill Akpabio, he scored 006. But the 00 are important, and we'll get to that in a moment. He alleged that Akpabio forged the original result and altered the result so that the candidate that scored 006 later scored 1006, so 1006, while the Augustine was falsified to read 278 instead of 1278. With the forged documents, the criminality was taken to court, where they fraudulently got a judgment that put the loser as the winner. The Inec boss noted that though the process of conducting the primary or congress of political parties is the exclusive right of parties, its duty is only to monitor and write report, but the report of the commission has consequences if due process was not followed. Our report can be very decisive. It cannot be ignored, he warned. The INEC REC noted with dismay that despite a Court of Appeal order, the INEC REC noted with dismay that despite a Court of Appeal ordered stay of execution, the APC national chairman went ahead to swear in the loser as the state chairman in flagrant disregard of the court order. He declared that as far as INEC is concerned, the APC did not conduct any governorship primary in Akwa Ibom, and to date, neither Akpabio nor his faction has been able to name the Abuja INEC officials who monitored the illegal midnight primary that allegedly produced Akan Okon as Akwa Ibom APC candidate. So there it is right there. So any and everything that is wrong with Nigerian politics, all enraptured in that piece. So he conducts the primary, declares his. I've never heard of.
But this is where we should all be happy that we're making progress. I mean, 4 years ago, Akpabio and what's it called? Akpabio and that chairman will have gotten away with it. They will have. The law will have allowed them. So this is improvement. I mean, democracy is slow, it's deliberate, but we're moving in the right direction. Because isn't it the same Akpabio that ran from PDP to APC because of to avoid corruption cases? And if memory even serves me right, I think he pulled this kind of stunt before, because it was, when he got into Senate or something, it wasn't originally supposed to be the one there, and he kind of bullied his way into it. So he's trying to repeat the same thing, but this time around, the law has caught up to him because they've upgraded the law. So I think everybody should be happy that we're kind of like moving in the right direction. Who knows, the next iteration of the electoral laws, it will bring in more improvement. What's it called? What's the name of that chairman again?
Adamu.
Adamu is the same Adamu that was under Abacha. It was under PDP. The guy is rotten to the core. And for someone as rotten as Adamu to kind of like tell Akpabio, like, kind of like, you're on your own, it shows like there's some things now that you simply can't get away with, and it's getting to the point now that you have to really conduct legitimate primaries before you get into any office. So I'm happy with the development. That's how I see it.
But the audacity of the guy, though, he claims that he owns the faction of the party, which he doesn't. He claimed there was a rerun election.
I know.
Which
I heard
never
you.
even.
I heard you, but
it's alarming.
He's treating it like one tribal chief. That this is my clan, so I can decide and undecide when I win primaries, when I nominate myself, because he did it before. If you guys can remember, this is not the first time he's done it before. So that audacity, if you've pulled something up before, it will be audacious to come to try it again. But I'm glad he just can't get away with it, and I'm glad.
Do you think he should be jailed for this?
The thing is, when it comes to jail, you have to go through a judiciary system, and you know how things go when you get to court. When you get to court, you have to prove beyond reasonable doubt, and that's one area where things fall, because a lot of technicalities. We have a lot of smart lawyers that will force some technicality or force some procedural move that will, it was just going to die in court. But I mean, if it was more of a dictatorial system, yeah, you should even go to jail for even pulling that kind of thing off. But if you take it to court, it's going to die in court.
No, all right. Wasn't he locked up? Oh no, that was Ojikalu that
No,
was
that was
locked up for
Ojikalu that was
yeah,
locked
that
up,
was
and he
locked up
also got out.
For 1 week.
He got out on technicalities.
Yes. My God, it's just it's quite. Let me take you to this space though. This is somewhat of a good news storyline. Hopefully you heard me read this out. Buhari welcomes birthing of first ship at Lekki Deep Sea Port. So that deep sea port now, it looks as though it's now ready for operations because, of course,
Yep.
ships now docking there. And I'm saying that there are about 2 to 5, and there are about 5 to 7 big projects that are near completion within the Nigerian space that is suddenly going to ratchet that country up to a world-class space. This deep sea project being one, Dangote's refinery being another, and then the rail network that are slowly evolving being another one, Lagos having a metro system, another one, and then the power system that you are now telling us the transmission. So within the next 3 to 5 years, Nigeria could just turn around completely.
Yes, this is good news. This is amazing news. I mean, we're gonna have a functioning port. It's gonna decongest Tinkan and Apapa. So there will be Lekki port. And remember, there's also going to be Badagry port too, because they're building Badagry. And I saw that Calabar port too. I think that one too is ready. So it may be Warri. They dredged Warri at some point, but they should try and get Warri ready. So we're kind of like getting prepped to less reliance on oil, because then we can trade. Because if Dangote's goods, the fertilizer and his refined petrol, that will be an area where we can export it. And we also have One port in Riverside that exports our crude. So we're kind of like gearing up, but we still have a massive problem. It takes me, if I want to ship from Shenzhen in China to Nigeria, I'll ship the cost to ship the same goods from Shenzhen and the cost to ship anything from northern Nigeria to Lagos port is going to be cheaper for me to ship it from Shenzhen. So we still have massive infrastructural deficit within the country. So as it is right now, it's unfortunate, but
is Lagos, that not what the rail network is addressing?
Yeah, but the neural network, look, is going to the north. What about going to the southeast? What about going to the south?
No,
then what about?
I think the southeast one has kicked off according to.
Yeah, but they're using single gauge. I mean, why would they use single gauge in 2022? Yes. Like, come on now. This is not 1940 something now. Why would we do single gauge in this year? I mean, the one going to north is not single gauge. There's more traffic. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I want to suspect there's more traffic between southeast and south and the southwest.
So, yeah, of course, because there's more trade now. There's more trade. Yeah.
So than the north. So it's kind of where we get our priorities wrong. Like, why? I mean, yeah, Buhari is in power.
It really shocked me when they were saying it's a single gauge.
I was very disappointed.
Locomotive, it's modern trains even get. So that tells you the sort of trains that they are going to want to buy for that.
Because imagine having fast rail from Lagos to Onitsha, from Onitsha to Port Harcourt, from Port Harcourt to Calabar. Lagos will get a little bit decongested. Like, I mean, it will get a little bit decongested. We can do with that. Development will spread out. It will spread out. And again, we in the South were prepared. We're educated, so we're prepared to make use of this infrastructure. Up north too, like, I mean, like a few years ago, I used to export some goods from the north to make forex from Nigeria before Buhari kind of damaged all the foreign exchange. But to kind of like get goods from those farms in the north, those remote farms, it's hard, it's difficult. There's nothing, no processing, no anything. So what we should have focused, infrastructure we will have focused in investing in the north should have been on like more accessibility and more storage and processing facilities for the goods that they grow there, because those agricultural goods, they rot, and if they don't get it in the market on time. So I can't calculate the percentage, but a decent percentage of what they grow, I mean, rots away. So if they focus infrastructure and kind of like processing those goods up north, and we can have a single rail to the north. The traffic doesn't, I mean, if it's good, we're shipping, single rail is okay, but you need something fast rail within the south. But that would be difficult to pull off because, of course, it's a northern president that's there. So why would you tell him that we should prioritize the southern rail more than the north to southwest? But I mean, we need to take whatever we can get. It's development in the right direction. The economy.
You see that single gate only hints to the, and I think it may well be the Chinese that have fooled some idiot into some double your money deal, because very quickly it will not serve purpose, and then they will have to turn it into some.
They will have to upgrade it or something,
and then that's another round of spend. You know.
But Amechi was, well, I don't know if Amechi had the power to, or maybe they had already made the deal before he got there. But he was overseeing it. I would have expected him to have pushed for something more decent, because if you can open up that transportation, if we build upon our transportation infrastructure, open up that gateway, you can stop in Benin, you can stop in Warri, you can stop all the way. I mean, you can stop all those things. You know how development will just flood. Okay, just check out Lekki. When the Lekki road was built, imagine how many billions of dollars that Lekki axis has generated in real estate and business income. So that kind of shows, I mean, the amount of wealth we can still build by building decent infrastructure. Like, if we can have that rail and it has multiple stops, there'll be a lot of cities that will bubble up. And then we don't need to be exporting oil. We can generate internal service that we can sell amongst ourselves, and I mean, start maybe exporting a few things. But the best thing that will happen now is get Warri Port running, so we have something going on in the south. Get the Calabar one working, and get the pirates off the waterways, because nobody wants to ship where there's security issues. That's why Lagos is kind of like enjoying.
You know that piracy. I think is largely tied to unemployment or lack of opportunities. And as you said, if they opened up, because it only takes about 4 big spends to open up the southeast. So just one of the big spends, by the way, is already that second Niger bridge. And then if you opened up the port areas and just 1 or 2 more big projects, and just infrastructurally, and especially power generation, we all know the capacity of the southeast, especially.
Oh, yes.
You know, so it's not really anything big that needs to be done.
There's some strategic investments we can do. See, we have gas in the southeast, we have gas in the south, we have gas in Ondo. Where are the power plants that they're building? What the gas infrastructure we have right now is more geared towards liquefied petroleum gas, shipping it to UK through Shell. The ones they are building to power, to kind of like supply the power plants, they're chaotic. They barely supply whatever needs to be supplied. So you can bring some private sector, but the problem is we've signed useless deals. We've signed all this power distribution deal. If I was going to construct the deal, I should be able to incentivize private sector to come and spend money, lay out this gas infrastructure, lay out some of this transmission, charge whatever you need to charge. I'm fine with it. Like, maybe for national security, I can oversee.
You know that is Atiku's plan.
I know. That's why I like Atiku's plan. I just don't like Atiku. Atiku has the best plan, in my opinion.
I'm with you on that. I like Atiku's plan, but I don't like Atiku. You know,
I don't like Atiku. Atiku has a brilliant plan. It's just the guy is not trustworthy. That's the problem. So it's things will get better. I mean, if this security issue is contained, things will get better. It's just slow.
How much do you think that the insecurity is costing the Nigerian space? And I'm not talking about the ransom money. I think you know the question. Yeah.
A lot. people can't go into farms. Like my northern friend that we used to do business together. It's difficult going to the farm, so there's a lot of wasted seasons. And for people that go, if you're allowed to go, you have to pay ransom to actually farm. So there's some areas up north where they will pay those kidnappers, and they will allow them to farm. But it's not everywhere. But it's in enough places where it's bad enough, so you can get a truck up north to go bring goods. Let's say you go get hibiscus flower or something. You don't even know when the thing is going to get to Lagos port, and by the time it gets to Lagos port, it may take too long, and you may have all sorts of like pest infestations in it. So that internal infrastructure, we need to focus on it. But nowadays, what happened in Niger State, Shiroro, the people, some people were working in mines, as Chinese people and some soldiers.
Four of them kidnapped. Yeah,
they got them kidnapped. So this insecurity thing, like, maybe if we remove a Fulani from power,
I think the insecurity is costing Nigeria power.
It's costing us too much. It's costing us too much.
Close to $30 billion.
Because we have Fulanis. They chased away Fulanis from Central African Republic.
Yeah, that's why they are all in Nigeria now.
They massacred them. So they are the ones that kind of like relocated through Cameroon, disturbing Benue people. Then you have those ones coming from Mali because of global warming, deforestation. Those ones are coming down south. And then they feel the patriarch, Buhari, is giving them a home. So, of course, we know Nigeria's history. If everybody pays attention to history, the Fulani took over from Sokoto all the way to Ilorin. And they kind of like have they control all the emirship and all that.
Yeah,
stuff.
that corridor. They have
that corridor. So as long as those people are staying in the bush, not going to take over the cities, at this point in time, is maybe a matter of decision before they take over a ton of small villages. They have the capacity to do it. So it's just, that's the part that I hate the most. It's too scary. And maybe if we get a Fulani off and get like a cannery man there. Abacha was a cannery man. He dealt with a lot of Fulani. There's this part also between those two groups. Maybe if we can get that in place, or also get the Southerner. So it can be Peter Obi. If the arithmetic to get Peter Obi in office is realistic, I don't mind. And it can be Tinubu if the suspected Parkinson's doesn't take him down. I just want the Southerner. That's all I care for right now.
Yeah, there's this chap. There's this chap from the north that I follow on YouTube. Very, very nice guy. I'm going to post a link to his latest video in the comment section. If you really want to understand what Kulata is talking about, don't wait for us to finish the session. Also, don't just run off and go and watch it. Maybe I shouldn't even post it in the comment section and lose the little audience that I have. But go and watch this guy's video. It's quite illuminating. Big wheels. Tell him one man sent you. So it's just that the missed opportunity is really the biggest crime that is going on in Nigeria. The missed opportunity, all of those fertile land in the north, the opportunities that it presents, and all of these people, just some rascally pests. When they did the kidnapping Kaduna to Abuja, do you know that the survivors, they reported that the average age of the kidnappers was about 18, 19. Wow. So these are just little boys, with guns.
Yeah, you see, all these out of school kids, like, where do we think they're going to end up being? This is a 22nd, this is we're in the 21st century now. Like, you don't go to school. What can you possibly do in life nowadays without going to school? You're useless. So it doesn't take them much to kind of like give them incentives to carry a gun. It's a sweet deal now. You just like waylay people on the roads, take them into the bush, and smoke weed, shoot a few of them, and get money. That's all they have to do. So
they say they spike. You said smoke weed. They say they spike them up hard with drugs,
yes,
or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, a normal person can't be doing that. So they are on something. So when you do that, but look at that north. I was looking at some pictures of, is it Kebbi? I thought I was looking at the desert in Dubai. And if you go to Bauchi, have you seen the landscape in the northeast? It's amazing. Mambila Plains, all those things. Beautiful. Like from Cross River all the way up. Like, you know, the amount of tourism money we could be making. Assuming you do like African Americans to come back, to come and look at Oshun Grove, come and look at Ile-Ife. You know, I mean, you know, Yoruba culture is still strong across the world. Or they can come and look at some areas in Igbo land, all these ancient shrines and all that stuff. We could be making a lot of money that Ghana is making now. We're just useless. As in, I just don't know that country.
You know, all of that you just said, it boils down to one word, and that word is Fulani, and that's it. We have a Fulani problem in Nigeria, whether we
have a Fulani problem, whether we like it or not. We have a Fulani problem. We have a Fulani, but in West Africa, how many Fulanis rule majority of the? Let me not say majority, a lot. I think a friend and I were analyzing it. Is it that they're president or they're vice president? How the hell they're doing that thing, I do not know. But they're kind of like wired. They've taken over a lot of like pole positions to be able to take advantage. But I don't want to start saying, oh, they're pulling that off. What about in Central African Republic that they massacred them? They killed them out of Central African Republic because they were causing trouble. In the native Mali that they live in, they're the majority, but it's the minority tribe that is ruling over them. So how come they're not glorious in their home?
You say they don't have a productive mindset because they are still a people of the sword, you know, in the 21st century. So and you know what people of the sword is, just take it, isn't it? So they don't have maybe even the cattle that they are known for. They don't make the best of it. It's just look. Cattle built Argentina, even the Netherlands. A lot of their economy is predicated on animal, especially cattle, cows. They don't make the best of it. It's just
but it's just an excuse because you have the Bororos. Those are the ones in the bush. Then you have the city ones, the city Fulanis. City Fulanis are peaceful. They will blend with whatever.
Are the Bororos the ones that look a bit Arabic?
Yes, the Bororos are the bush ones. I don't know if they have a particular phenotype, but they are the ones in the bush. Those are the ones that do all the killings. Those are the ones that do all the roaming around. But the city ones are aware of them and they fund them. Bororos don't even own the cattle that they herd. Is owned by people. Even Atiku is one of the biggest owners of cattle in Nigeria, from what I understand. So they use them, and they now have militaries that protects their turf. So they're very organized and very ruthless. So what do you do in that situation? As in, it's assuming there are no security issues, we can prioritize development and start like looking inwards, building stuff. Okay, people that don't go to school up north, send them to farms. Like try and mechanize the farms, teach them skills. Not everybody will go to school. Us in the south, we like school. We'll go to school.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
You said Atiku has, if not the largest cattle.
I heard. I'm not sure. I heard.
You're not sure. Okay. But then, if you look at the whole agenda thing that he has, I mean, I've not seen anything said about how he's going to address this issue of these clans, people coming from different parts of Africa into Nigeria. We know he talks about privatization and all of that, but how is he going to address it? I mean, the security issue that we are faced with, because we're talking about economic growth. There's no way we can have you just talk about yourself, how you went out of business because some of your business partners could not go to farm. And so you know what that means. We must see progress economically in that country. People should be free to move around and do their business. But when we have this savage from nowhere barbarians who are bent in just killing people, how do you expect that to? I mean, so one of my questions is, do you know if he has said anything about how he's going to address this issue of his clans people?
He did not. In 2019, they asked him that question. He said they're going to implement feedlot, like the way they do feedlots, like factory farming. But it just said, oh, we can implement feedlot, but there was nothing directly saying security. It was treating this like this is a global warming problem. We just need to stop these people from roaming around, and we'll kind of like build all these places where you have feedlot. So they'll put them in like one packed place, and then they'll be eating day in, day out, the way they do it in Western countries and all. That's what he said. But it did not specifically address the security.
I think he has subsequently, Kulata. I think his stance is that technology will be the best way to address it, and somewhat. I think the security situation is not so much boots on the ground, but technology. So that's remote tracking, all this sort of business, high tech monitoring, heat sense something, just technology. Technology would have to be deployed.
But one man, in terms of constitution amendment, what can we do to the constitution to help make it easier to make all these things you just mentioned easier? Because I believe strongly that we should have some kind of regional farming system where, or even local government itself can get into it, where they can actually focus on a crop or a few crops. And if they have aids and they have grants from the federal level, that will help them. That way we don't have this encroachment from the north. So if we have some kind of policy change and embedded in the constitution where you don't have, this kind of issues, everything you just mentioned will be made easier.
I think the states, they tried that with the anti-open grazing law, isn't it? And then the federal space, they also tried to introduce some ranching thing, which El-Rufai said he has built too, but they just looted the money. But it is in that really, isn't it? It's in this carrot and stick that Rational Mind was saying. So you have the anti-open grazing laws enforced nationally. That should be a national law and not each state. But because how do you even do it? I'm one state, I have anti-open grazing, you don't. So do they then get to your border and turn back? So it has to be done nationally first, that no open grazing, and then the ranching system has to be, they just have to re-educate these people that, the future is not this.
But that comes to the political will of the man in charge to talk to the people and say, listen, this is the direction we're heading to. The days of this farming, normal farming is over. This is the new plan. Get with the plan, and he has to convince them of the new direction. Okay, so but I don't think he's willing to do that because they kept talking about it is their culture, it's their tradition. Like, culture changes over time. Tradition changes over time with innovation. So you have to carry them along to see the importance of it's even more efficient to use technology as opposed to
but they use it as a tool though. I mentioned that there's a symbiotic relationship between the city Fulani, the powerful ones, and the Bororos, the ones you see in the bush, because they use that as about cultural excuse to kind of like use it to subjugate people, like what is happening in Southern Kaduna and what is happening in some places in Plateau, where they're gradually encroaching on villages, replacing them. So they use them to wield power. So don't think they're ignorant or don't think they don't know the right solution.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that the issue I have with people in the South is we tend to want to wait, like it's not our business until it gets to us. Like some on side like the Owa case, for instance, or nobody
nobody even knows.
Until it happens to you, they say, "Oh my God, we never asked this kind of." It's been happening for years. We just chose to ignore it from the South. So let's not wait until it gets to our borders first before we show any concern.
But we have one big problem. There's the ECOWAS factor, freedom of movement in ECOWAS states.
Legal movement.
Yeah, but
let's clarify that. No, wait. Legal movement means you cannot just cross my way because you're in West Africa. They are just moving in like. That does not apply in my opinion. Legal movement, not
how many Nigerians have an ID or a passport or something? So how can you say who is legal, who is illegal?
I know, but it's wrong. So let's work on that. Let's not justify their movement into the country based on.
No, I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying those are some of the challenges.
okay, I get what you're saying. So we need to work on
that. And you know, the best person to have effected this change that you were suggesting, Babati, is the man in situation, because he is one of the most respected, if not the most respected people within their culture. So if he's pointing them to a cultural change, I think he has the persuasion to persuade them. But if Tinubu comes and tells them to stop, they'll just use tribe against him. If Goodluck Jonathan does it, they'll use tribe and real. But if somebody like Buhari says to the Fulanis, he Fulani, he Muslim, he a senior voice, he says, no, we cannot continue to open grace on people's land. They will. He can initiate it at least. There will be resistance, but they cannot hide behind anything to say that it's because he's the hardcore, the epicenter of who they are. So he could have taken that on, but
it's also like, but the best solution I would say in my mind is let's have competition between regions and states. Like even if they have that kind of mindset, for instance, they're not willing to change, right? And within a few years, you have, let's say, Osun State, they go into farming and they do it and it's successful. Then you have evidence to show them, like, see, it works. So I think until they see it happen in different regions of the country, that will make it more easier for them to buy into it. Then they can debate the cultural argument and get somebody, once again, we need somebody strong from the north to lead the charge. Like you said, it cannot be somebody from the south because they might not believe that person necessarily. They might have that tribal resistance and not to believe that person. So, but I think that we should have that competition first. Yeah. Have other regions invest in that agricultural thing first. Make it work, then show it to them like, guys, this is even better. Let's adopt this system.
You know, Babati, piggybacking of that, I think the best example will actually be from one of their own. So if you can isolate a progressive sort of cattle merchant that is fairly successful, and then he can template, how you can use ranching to really grow great wealth and grow, So if we can find somebody that is sufficient enough of a size amongst their stock and use him as an example of how you can successfully ranch without roaming around. Everybody wants to make money. So if the success story comes from within amongst their type,
then they buy.
Ganduje has taken that step that you mentioned. Ganduje Kano has taken that step. He has made available large hectares of land, and he has moving a lot of what do you call these people? These herdsmen there for ranching. They made available all necessary facility to sustain their business, and some other states have taken such step as well, like Kaduna and even Katsina. They're trying to do such things. So, but Ganduje is the one in lead of that ranching program for the herdsmen, and he put a lot of weight behind it. He has committed a lot of resources into that, and he has invited a lot of herdsmen across the country that they have available land for them, that Kano is ready to accommodate them. They have the land, they have all the resources, and they should come instead of moving around the country and causing trouble. But you have a president that failed to act to take up a political will. He failed to act, and the system that you have that centralizes all the power to the presidency is the problem. If we have devolution of power that give the state their own, give the state the freedom to have their own security agency, like local police, that can go into the bush, that can secure the state, every local government. We will solve all this problem of all this nonsense, people threatening and killing people in the bushes and in their farm.
But Ajale Koko is one thing. Is one thing for people that want to genuinely like ranch cattle. I mean, like herd cattle. There's another thing where some of these people have seen that okay, rather than be herding cattle all over the place, I can form this kidnapping ring where I will make more money. Invest $1,000 in AK-47 and then start demanding ransom, because some of them have abandoned cattle herding. They're doing cattle rustling, and they're
State police will solve those ones. State police will solve those
problems. That one is more of collusion with the security system. You can fix that one easily. You can fix that.
If we have state police that are well armed, well trained across the country, they will stop that problem. You are talking about people kidnapping and using one form kind of means to kidnap and extort money from people. That will be solved by the state. The federal government will not even have anything to do with that, because every state will want to secure their state and allow, the guarantee security of life and property in their state, and make their state peaceful and open up for business and investors. So, but you have a constitution that does not allow creation of state police, and you have a president that doesn't want to act, put up a political will to solving the problem. That is the problem we have now.
Sorry to take you guys back. I'm sorry, Kaluta, sorry to take you guys back. What kind of train did they buy for the Lagos Ibadan train? Why is it taking them 90 minutes to get from Ibadan to Lagos? That should be a 30 minutes, 45 minutes ride.
No, I think it's because of the pedestrians, especially in the Lagos space. So they have to go at a slower pace until they break through Lagos. I think that's where they.
That should be a 45 minutes. If it's well planned, well designed, that should be a 30 minutes journey. But back to
the real one.
Yeah, the Ibadan, that should be. And before I said that if we had good government, neighboring states should be connecting to that rail line. Like if you live in Ogun, you should be connecting from Songo for area. That should be Abule Egba should be connecting to that.
I think it connects to Shagamu. I don't know if it's on the route, but does it not connect with Shagamu?
I was thinking of the Lagos.
No, it's not. No Shagamu line. Everything passes through, and I think Abeokuta down to Ibadan.
They went off and came down.
Yeah.
Shagamu will have been even.
Was Wale Soyinka not celebrating one once upon a time?
No. They named it.
That's in Abeokuta.
They named it after. But back to the security thing, I also think that, I think it was saying that earlier, there's also the fear of the so-called elite that if they empower these people, they might lose a hold of them. The control might reduce a little bit. If you empower these people, you might lose control, and that might be a concern as well.
All right. So gentlemen, we are coming up to 4.5 hours, and I'm determined not to go past 5 hours. So I want to see if I can hear from Saki. If he's still with us. Saki, are you still there? You've been very quiet, so I suspect you may not be with us. Saki. All right, we don't appear to have Saki. So Saki, good to have you on board. Anyway, we didn't hear your voice. So Walt, please, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, brilliant. So Walt, please, to the conversation. Let me take you to the. Actually, I want to take you to this space, or maybe I shouldn't really, because I wanted to avoid Peter Obi in totality today.
Please avoid him. Avoid him.
Let's just skip Peter Obi.
You can't avoid it.
Just for the.
One man loves him. No. One man has a secret crush on the man. We can't tell, but
well, this is the thing. Don't worry. We're going to. Don't worry, we have plans. We have plans. Kulata and I, we have plans. We have plans, don't we, Kulata?
I want to give up on that plan, though. Peter Obi, people, they want to kill me.
No, you want me to have given up on it. If I show you, if I show you the back end of the platform, you'll see about 3 videos lined up. I'm just saying, is it worth publishing these videos? Because it will only just lead. So I just want to abandon that space. So long as it doesn't get too loud. If they don't get too annoying, I'll just leave them in peace. But if they get too annoying, then we have to get the Koboko out again. Let me take you to this space. 6 PDP governors move against presidential candidate Atiku may sabotage party's chances in 2023. So this is a space that I started off with Ajale Koko World Peace. That the treatment of Wike is something that the party seems to be struggling to get past. And the southerners within the party, they are wondering that what just happened. They are having meetings in places like Turkey in open glare, by the way. Sheyi Makinde flew out to meet with one of the southeastern governors who also went to meet with Wike. And Wike was dropping all this cryptic messaging. So, and we've seen it with PDP before, by the way, War Peace in 2014, when they just moved against their own party just to get rid of who they. So what do you think the plan is? They want to sabotage Atiku, is what it looks
like. Thank you, Wamba. You just said it. We saw 2014 what they did to Jonathan. I might replay himself if Atiku don't handle that space very well right now. We're supposed to be seeing movement from Atiku, try to play the national leader. He is now. If he does not bring Wike back on board, things will be bad for PDP. We might say anything we like, they will repeat it the way they did it, and they will work against Atiku. You know, because what they did to Wike was very bad. Oh, sorry, my son. Hold on, please.
No, that's fine.
But bring him back in what capacity? That's what I want to know. If you say bring him back in what capacity? Campaign manager, promise him something.
No, not campaign manager.
But not bringing him at what?
They said they promised him the petroleum portfolio.
Mental petroleum. That's always been with the president now. No president has ever given that up in the history of the country. It's always been.
No. This was designing, not the. I think it's only Buhari that's ever held on to it. Who else has held on to?
OBJ did also. I think OBJ did for a while. Really? Yeah, he did. I think he did the first time. He did the first time. Yeah, it was also the petroleum minister for the first year. I think gave it to one Igbo guy that was the second time. But they've always held on to that. Maybe NDDC or that money making government ministry. Yeah. That would be the best thing for him to.
Yeah, sorry guys, I just circumcised my son, so.
That sounds painful.
Yeah.
Did you get a Jewish person to do it? It's usually a Jewish person.
No, I don't know. The white guy. We have to. It was one place they do it in Japan, in Tokyo, in my city anyway, my region. There was only one place, one hospital.
It's a white guy, Abi.
The white guy, yeah.
Yeah. If you find out, he'll probably be Jewish. It's usually Jewish people. Yeah.
It could be. So, my wife couldn't even stand it.
No.
I was not there in there.
It was.
And now since the kids are out, my son at home, my wife doesn't. It doesn't touch him. So sorry.
Yeah, they heal quickly.
Yeah. I have to give me shower 2 times, 3 times, dress the place and all that. Anyway,
so in Japan they don't do it in the hospital.
No,
when they don't. When
most of Japanese men are circumcised. 80% are not circumcised.
Oh, okay. I see why. Okay. Yeah, in America, they will just ask you right at the hospital you want it, and boom, when the baby come, they will circumcise him, and boom, it's done.
Yeah. And it's bloody expensive. How much is it in America?
No, I think it's.
No, it goes with all the costs, insurance, and just. Yeah.
So if you do the exchange rate, I paid 82,000 yen for my son.
How much is that in real money?
In dollars. Before the crisis, it's supposed to be $700 and something, almost $800. But now because of the exchange rate,
for circumcision.
Yeah, so
wow, they didn't reveal it.
Maybe they don't have the culture. They don't have the culture in Japan. Yeah. So yeah.
They did with blade now. They do with blade now.
Take it easy now. Some of us will think about that now. Thank you for the nightmare to come when I go to sleep.
I have to travel there and we'll book ahead. I have to travel there. No, they don't do it, and it's very expensive. You get the money, you don't do it. And if I miss the chance of my son now, I will not do. He will not do it again till he turn 20.
Sorry, what is? Do they have like insurance, like government insurance, or is it private?
It's private. No government. No insurance. No government. That's the problem. No government insurance covers circumcision.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought they had like a government.
We have insurance, but not for circumcision.
Oh no! I mean, like, they have one generally for everybody, like maternity and all that stuff.
Yeah. We have. Japan insurance is one of the best in the world.
But it doesn't cover that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So, gentlemen, I'll start to take closing remarks. Of course, to land on Ajan Lekoko. We'll kick it off with. Let's kick it off with you, Babati. It's been a mixed bag, sort of.
Yeah, so I've been back and forth, in and out. Sorry, sorry. It was interesting listening to a lot of people, especially my like one man will ask me to say, my brothers and sisters from the East. You know, I have to be nice. Don't let me, my friends from the East. It's been interesting hearing their viewpoints today. But once again, like your Bible would say, one tree does not make a forest. You cannot have that one man mopo mentality. Even if you win, you still need people in the house to defend you, to help you achieve your aim. So as you are voting for Peter Obi, if you are a lover of the Labour Party, please also remind his supporters and his group that they also need to focus on the house too. Where I'm yet to see enough people running on the Labour platform for the House of Rep and the House and the Senate, because in America, if you're running for president, you will help them out, help them push their message as well. So he needs at least 1/3. That is if he wins, at least 1/3 in the House. When Senate, maybe not so much Senate. When it comes to spending, the House is where the money is. So let's focus on the House if you are a lover of the Labour Party movement. Security, I think at this point we just wait for Buhari to finish. He's not going to do anything else. But I didn't have a lot to say today, but I was listening in the background. Great discussion. Like, subscribe, share. One man, I did put the trade view thing. Hope you signed up for it.
Yeah, no. So I told you that I did. I did it immediately. I responded.
I'll follow up on it. But go ahead with the roundup. I will follow up with you in the private chat. Go ahead. All
right, brilliant. So a real delight. Like you said, we didn't really get to hear from you, but we heard from you in snippets. So hopefully next time the full dish. So thank you, Babati. So from Babati, let's go to Kulata. Kulata, a mixed bag of a session. This one, a mixed bag.
Well, first of all, I think this platform for people that want to hear like honesty, the truth, and not just gospel according to Tinubu or gospel according to Obi or Atiku. I think this is where everybody needs to tune into. You may not like everything you hear, but that should make you kind of like, rather than it should challenge you.
I saw them giving you a real flogging in the comment section, especially Jafar. He was just out to get you today.
I'm a big boy. That's okay. It doesn't pay a single bill of mine. So I mean, people need to kind of like grow up, like learn that things are not all that rosy. If you're determined to support Tinubu or Peter Obi, please go ahead. But listen to the unvarnished truth. Try and be rational about your choices. And then don't push people away. If you want to convince someone about it, look at Joel, the guy. I have to give it to him. No matter whatever you say, is very positive. He still goes out to push for his candidate in the right way. He's not fighting. He's not doing it. He's still positive. Like, that's the kind of like supporters will be that we want. Like, always staying positive and always try to look for something to sell about Obi. So not attacking. You don't win people by attacking people. And for skeptical people that just don't see the maths, well, they just don't see the maths. It will be difficult for you to convince them. Let them be. But the most important thing is, I discovered this platform. It has been gold for me. It's a very good place to interact with a lot of Nigerians, people interested in Nigeria. So like we all say, go like hit that thumbs up button, click on notification whenever a new video comes, watch it. I need to give it to one man and Ajan Lekoko for kind of like giving us this platform. Is awesome. It needs to grow way more than it is right now. So thanks.
No, you know the best way to grow it is to jump on the obedience something. Imagine if I was starting Peter Obi every day, you'll be 10,000 people. That's not my. I don't believe. I think the guy is a fraud. So how can I cannot say it honestly. You just hear this. I think the guy is the biggest fraudster in Nigeria.
The more honestly, I'm not even going to lie.
He's running
the more I dive into like researching Peter Obi, the more I find him very ordinary. And at this point in time, like you just can't post in any place. Everybody's calling you a Peter Obi hater. So I'm like, I'm not sure this thing is
what is the meaning of it? Kulata, production, consumption, and that is it. That will get you the presidency. Just go around saying production,
consumption,
and that is it.
The biggest shocker for me today.
Fraud.
One man.
Yeah.
My elder brother here is one person. My elder brother is one person I don't doubt his word. He first started telling me since last year that he detests Obi, called Obi a criminal. He hates Obi with a passion. And up to the Nest and Pandora paper, I said that guy is a criminal, he's burning down Nest to hide his money and all that. If you talk about Obi today, you wouldn't like to listen to see Obi at all. That's one guy that first of all told me about Obi. And he's still talking about it tomorrow. That he's the biggest criminal on earth. My big brother here.
I don't want to research Obi anymore. I think I'm done.
Yes, because I think we've seen enough to know what is going on. We know what is going on.
I'm done. I give up. Because honestly speaking, there's like almost everything is pedestrian, like the way one man said. Like when I was looking locally, the debt that he paid, how did he pay the debt? Like, oh, was he doing anything special? Actually, it was just debt forgiveness by Paris and London Club in 2007. Nothing more, just debt forgiveness. So it wasn't like he did something economic to pay down the debt. It was just the debt forgiveness that they gave them. And that was it. And it's written in 2000. If you go to the financial statement, page 6, 2007, it's clearly written there. So after this point, I'm like, if I start talking about this, they'll say, the guy that saved money, I'm now attacking. I said, okay, I'm done. I'm not doing this.
Do you know that Bill Gates, he came from America to hold his hands up as the best governor in Nigeria. This is what what are we? It's a fraud. The whole thing is. And when you point out facts, like you said, you just. I mean, the facts are there now. We all know what this guy is a fraud. He's a fraud now. We all know that. But there it is.
Anyway, I think I'm done with Obi. No more Obi for me. I'm exhausted.
All right, brilliant. I think I'll avoid it for a few sessions. But thank you, Kulata. So Kulata now fast evolving as one of your favorite voices, actually one of my favorites on the platform. But there's no voice that I favor more than the prince himself. The prince, Kabiyesi. That's you, Babati. And there's only one prince here, apart from myself. I think we've lost Babati.
I'm here. Sorry, I thought I rounded up earlier.
Oh, you had, all right. Oh, sorry. Who am I with now? Am I with you then, World Peace?
Yes, it's me.
Oh yeah, World Peace. So World Peace, yes.
My country people, we don't reach the final segment. First of all, I greet one man, Ajadi Koko, Babati, Kolata, Middleman, National Mind, and the rest people with their jewels and Navi of Navi. I greet everybody. Make una click like and thumbs up, not share. The election don't dey near. So the reason why the platform they open the platform. I beg, go get my PVC. Now PVC na matter pass. Not vote all these people come out. Vote who dey your mind, your choice. So that's why I say I reach. It don't reach time to vote our South people or South person. Then I Akpabio, and then I Tinubu. But for me, I stand who vote for South. I not dey for Atiku. Other people dey, but me not dey. That's why I say I reach. Thank you. I'm out.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, World Peace. So Jafar corrects me somewhat. I was saying he was lashing Babati, no, Kulata, but he's correcting me that his Koboko was actually pointed at the bottom of enigmatic. So it was enigmatic and joined the Koboko instead. So thank you for the correction, Ajafa. So Ajale Koko, the final
So
word.
is Koboko. Is
Yes.
Koboko send the enigmatic away?
Yes, you see how quickly enigmatic ran after the bulala, you know. So yes.
Original Koboko.
Yes, this is it. So yeah, Ajale Koko, we managed to bag it under 5 hours this time around. The final word.
Okay, that's good. That's good. All right, thank you, one man, and I thank every contributors today for your meaningful contribution. You did good. I hope you will all come back tomorrow to do another session, another meaningful and quality session. And thank every listeners around the world as well for listening from the beginning to this time. If you really enjoyed this session, click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. People at the commentary section, you've done it again today. You are the strength of the platform. Keep on doing what you know to do best all the time. I would like to thank our brother, Alessandra Gomez, Chairman, Board of Trustee, one man went to more. Alessandra Akache, the Secretary, Board of Trustee, one man went to more. Thank Oga, one man call him Ogana Master. I thank Ortiz. I have my regard for you all the time, Ortiz, for your service to our great country, United States of America. God will continue to protect you. And I wish you and every American happy 4th of July, particularly to Ortiz. You know what that means. So greetings to you, Ortiz. Happy 4th of July. And I thank Ovie, Olna Master, the representative of Kwankwaso for president in the United States. We've been seeing you playing some game behind the scene, trying to see who you can convince. But I'm not sure if you have convinced anybody yet. But we love your doggedness and your determination in promoting your Kwankwasia, your Kwankwasia. Your Kwankwasia candidate, or was it Kwankwaso? Yes. Continue to promote him. Maybe you will convince some of the obedient. Maybe some of the obedient will switch to your side, or maybe you can send some of the obedient to Obi to accept vice president under Kwankwaso. Keep on doing your job over here. So, other than that, I thank one man, the driver of the platform, a great man, 7 hours every day. I give you that thanks for the good job you are doing. You are bringing us together all the time. The strength, I pray God continue to give you the strength to do it, because what you are doing, you are not only doing a great job for that country, but you are doing it to all Nigerians. We are using this platform to enlighten our people, to educate them, to give them the best of the best information, enlightenment. I thank you for the good job. So tomorrow, one man, by the grace of God, will be here again, and we will do it again. And when the eagle land tomorrow, we shall join the eagle and do it again. Thank you, one man, the eagle. See you tomorrow.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So thank you, John Lekoko. I just managed to kick myself off the screen for a moment, and there I am again. So I'm not quite sure if you guys would have preferred the avatar instead of. So that's been the session. That's been how it has gone, and it has gone that way. It's a funny sort of a session we've had today. It got a little bit rowdy at some point that even the chairman himself had to caution that keep the noise down in the keep the noise down in the cheap seats. So yeah, but we eventually will pulled it together. But yes, hopefully there was some coherence to it for you to be able to take one or two things from it. The usual protocol as directed by Jan Lekoko. Click on the like button, click on the subscribe button, share it if you found any value to it. Yes, that is the one thing that we don't mention often enough. If you want to be sharing the links to the platform, you can. If you find any value to it, and you feel that it is something that might interest your where you mooch around on social media, where where you ferret around and funnel around. What where you snout? Is that what pigs do? Not to call you pigs, but just to, it's a metaphor. It's a metaphor. So wherever you mooch around on social media, your WhatsApp, whatever's and ding dongs that you spend time in. So if you want to pop the links in there, especially before the sessions go live, because I feel it is more of a more pleasurable encounter when you are viewing it live as it's happening rather than on a watch back. But feel free to watch it back as well. So like, share, and subscribe is the summary of that rather long-winded thing that I just said. Like, share, and subscribe. Leave it there, and peace.